Hello, America! Happy Independence Day, everybody! I am here. I am back live here on July 4th. Happy Independence Day to everybody. If you celebrate, if you are here in the United States, what's up, everyone? Damn it, I once again forgot to hit that live button on Shorts, but we're there. We're live on YouTube Shorts as well. PQ in the house. What's going on? Nice to see you here. Where did I close that out? Happy 4th to everybody. If you're watching live either on the regular stream or, of course, on vertical formats for YouTube Shorts, and all those people who prefer that type of format and all that goodness. All that, my goodness. My goodness. What's going on, everybody? I was feeling very patriotic just now, and it was nice hearing all that music. Let me pull up that that playlist I just had, because it had a lot of good a lot of good patriotism up in there. But I hope all of you are enjoying. If you are here celebrating in the United States, I hope you are all enjoying or had enjoyed your July 4th and all that. For myself, I just had a quiet lunch with my mom, which was nice. Had some fried chicken. What is not America without some fried chicken? Some good old fried chicken. Really enjoyed that fried chicken. Let me know if there's any issues with audio and all that good stuff. What is this next one? As we're marching off into this stream, into this election year that we're in, feeling extremely patriotic, everybody, on this 4th of July as we celebrate our Independence Day. I'm feeling good. Feeling really good. But you know what we're not going to be talking about? Bullshit politics. So F that noise. We are not celebrating America's birthday today. We are not celebrating the signing of no Declaration of Independence. No. Not on this stream. This stream, we are going to be talking about and celebrating movies and pop culture and maybe all the good stuff that's come out this week. And I think it'll be fun later on in the stream if we kind of rank. We'll do like a tier ranking of all the Independence Day, July 4th related movies out there. There are a good amount. Whether you recognize them or not, I'm sure a lot of those names will pop up in your mind, and you'll be like, oh yeah, that movie. Oh yeah, this movie. You'll be surprised what's included. But we'll have some fun with that stuff tonight as we celebrate America and Hollywood, I guess, so to speak. But yeah, hope everyone's doing well. Hope everyone enjoyed their day. Let me know what you got up to on your July 4th. If you're still celebrating and you're watching me at the same time, then hot dog. I thank you. Thank you for being a friend. Boom, beam, boom, beam, boom. But I am very excited to be here. I'm very stuffed too. I am extremely, extremely bloated from all the fried chicken I just had today. Uh, Nothing too crazy, just fried chicken, the usual stuff that you would have at any American sit down lunch on this holiday of July 4th. Some mac and cheese, some coleslaw, some fries, freedom fries as we call it here in America. That's right. We don't call it no French fries.
Wow.
Of course, I'm just joking. Of course I call it French fries. What the hell? Am I nuts? Am I crazy? Am I stupid? Yes. But I'm not that stupid. All right. I don't know if it's a good idea to be indulging in an energy drink right now, but so what? You ain't my mom. I can do whatever I want. All right. What am I talking about? What's going on here? I'm losing my mind. So, what are we talking about today? Well, the brand new movie outside of Despicable Me 4, which I'm not going to be watching this week because I'm not really a huge fan of the franchise. That's just me. But the big movie that's opening up this week is MaXXXine. XXX MaXXXine. This is the trilogy, the conclusion of Ti West's trilogy. That we started all the way back. I believe it was 2015. Let me just check to make sure. No, I'm wrong. 2022. Boy, was I wrong. 2022 with the movie X that came out. Of course, these are all A24 movies. So, of course, you know how much I love these movies. But started off with X, then followed up by Pearl. And then to be concluded, I think, this week. At least I think it's going to be concluded. I don't know. Based on what I saw, I'm not sure how they could follow up. Maybe they could go into the 90s. Maybe. It'll be interesting to see that. But definitely each movie has done very well as far as portraying its era that it's taken place in. So I will be talking about the entire journey of all three movies through the lovely MaXXXine movie that I watched yesterday. But today is Thursday. Yeah, I saw it last night. And I have a feeling this weekend is going to be very huge at the box office because just last night alone, and we're talking about like around 7 p.m. last night, local theater of mine that I go to all the time. I talk about it always. Astoria, the good old Regal cinema over there. And packed. A lot of people, a lot of families, a lot of couples, a lot of individuals watching movies. What was interesting is that the MaXXXine showing was an early screening showing. So it was only one showing last night, not showing at all today at that theater. I don't know about any other theater across the nation, but it is opening up tomorrow. So full schedule starting tomorrow. So my theater that had the MaXXXine showing was pretty much 99% at capacity. I wasn't expecting that. I was lucky enough to get a seat, so I was happy I was able to do that. And for those who weren't watching MaXXXine, everyone else was obviously, I could tell too, all watching Despicable Me 4 and any other movie they could watch, right? It looks like it was a big movie night Wednesday night, and I have a feeling that's going to continue through the weekend. So I do think Despicable Me 4 is going to do brilliantly well this weekend. I do think MaXXXine is going to do really well too. There are a lot of people who are huge fans of this movie franchise, and I think that it's going to get a lot of butts in seats over the weekend. But I think movies in general are going to get a good benefit. What's going on, Tiny Gucci? Checking in on the vertical stream. Hope you're doing well. If you are here in the United States, I hope you're enjoying your July 4th holiday. Let me know what you did or what you got up to. It'll be great to hear from all of you out there. Also, as always, if you're checking in on the live stream, whether you're new to the channel or not, don't forget, hit that like button. Would greatly appreciate, can help grow this community, grow this channel. Just takes a quick second to just go boop, and then you're done. That's it. Good karma. Spread it around. all that stuff. So yeah, so we'll be talking about the MaXXXine trilogy. I'll also be talking, because normally I go live on Wednesdays. You know that if you're familiar with this channel. And I talk about the latest episode of The Acolyte. I was not able to do it yesterday due to a last minute personal thing I had to take care of. So we'll be talking about that episode today as well. Talk about my thoughts and feelings on episode 6 of The Acolyte, the sexy episode, as I like to call it. Extremely, extremely sexy. They went there. And then, like I said, we'll have some fun afterwards and maybe do like a tier ranking of all the great Independence Day, July 4th related movies. Tiny Gucci ate a burger. Nice. That's I guess let's talk about that before we get into anything else. Let's talk about what are the common foods everyone eats during July 4th, during your barbecues in the summer. Obviously, if you're familiar with what we do here in New York, Coney Island is huge for July 4th with the hot dog eating contest. Good old Joey Chestnut didn't compete this year. I think he was ill or something. I'm not sure. So we have a new winner of the hot dog eating contest there in Coney Island. You know, maybe if we have a chance, maybe you could watch some YouTube clips of it to see what exactly happened there. So you got your hot dogs, you got your burgers like Tiny Gucci, got the fried chicken, which is what I had today. You know, you got your French fries, you got your mashed potatoes, right? Got your rolls. What else? Corn on the cob. Is that another go-to favorite for a lot of people during their July 4th celebrations? What else? What are the foods that people eat? Tiny Gucci is playing Pokemon right now. That's awesome. Which one are you playing? I will say that I've never played a Pokemon game since the original Pokemon that came out on the original Game Boy. So I am very, very behind on it and all that. To be honest, Pokemon is not my style of game. That's just me. But I have a lot of friends who love playing Pokemon. So curious which one you're playing. Let us know in the chat. And anyone else who's watching, let us know what other foods do you find yourself eating at your barbecues, at your July 4th celebrations. Pizza is not really a big thing, I think, in my opinion. I don't think so. You don't really hear many barbecues with pizza, but I won't be surprised if you threw that in the mix there. You know, maybe if you're in the South, you get some grits, right? Pasta salad. Let's not forget about all those type of salads. Pasta salad, potato salad, right? I mentioned coleslaw before. You know, macaroni salad. That's another big hit at the barbecues, right? Tiny Gucci is also playing Violet, Pokemon Violet. Which one is that one? I'm trying to think when did that come out? If you could remind me, that would be great. Again, I feel like there's so many iterations of Pokemon. It's hard for me to keep up and remember them all. But yeah, let's not forget them salads. You got casseroles, right? You got a lot of casseroles that you can eat during your barbecues, during your July 4th celebrations. Oh, Violet is the latest one. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. I think that was like last year or so. Cool. Very, very cool. How many Pokemon are we up to now? I think we're like, what? Last time I remember someone telling me we're past 400, I believe. Is that right? I could be completely messing that up, but let me know if I'm accurate in that assumption. But I hope you're having fun with the game. I don't know if you just started playing it now or if you've been playing it since it came out. But let me know. Over 1,000. I was way off. Wow. 1,000 Pokemon. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Pokemon. A funny story about Pokemon. And I think I've told this story on the stream before. There was when Pokemon, let's see, not the game so much, but when the cartoon first debuted in the United States, they kind of coincided the release of the cartoon with the release of the action figures, the merchandising and all that. And here in New York, in Manhattan, at FAO Schwartz, which is no longer there, they had a special kind of opening day celebration of Pokemon, right? And I remember me and a bunch of friends went down there to hang out, and they had all those. I don't know if you remember. This is going way back, and I know I'm dating myself, but they had a bunch of those limited edition Pikachu Volkswagen Beetles lined up outside of FAO Schwartz. And in the trunks of all of the cars, they had kiosks where you could play the Pokemon games and all that on it. And they were also showing clips of the animated show that was debuting on that same day. So it was an interesting event. You know, I bought some Pokemon merchandise that day, and we all watched the cartoon and everything. Obviously, it was known as Pocket Monster in Japan, and yeah, that started the whole phenomenon of Pokemon. And I at least I could say like I was part of some of that history. So yeah, it was interesting learning about the characters and all the different monsters in the game and in the series. So it is a lot of Pokemon. Yeah, I heard they got rid of Ash, right? Did Ash die, or did he like evolve and move on to something else? I know there's a lot of new characters now. I was always a fan of Team Rocket. I thought those guys were hilarious with crazy Meowth running around being a fool. I had a lot of fun with Meowth, you know, doing his crazy stuff. So yeah, it's amazing to me how Pokemon remained so much in the pop culture zeitgeist for so long. You know, a lot of franchises tend to fizzle out in time. You know, like you don't really hear too many people talking about Digimon or Yu-Gi-Oh as much. They're still around, I believe, right? But you don't really hear it as big as Pokemon, I think, in my opinion. So it's amazing to see how long Pokemon has stayed so relevant, especially once they released Pokemon Go all those years ago, and that created another phenomenon, not just for Pokemon fans, but even general people who probably never even played or pick up a Pokemon game in the past. It was so interesting to see that craziness, you know, unravel and unveil itself. You know, so like I said, I was not one who carried on my playing of Pokemon or keeping up with Pokemon, but like I said, I have a lot of friends who still love it. So great to see that it looks like you're enjoying it too. So very, very cool. Cool stuff. All right. Let's hang out a little bit before I get into some of the big topics of today. Would love to hear from everybody else, see what they're doing on this fine July 4th day. If you're not in the US and you're wondering what is said July 4th, I will be more than happy to explain it to you. I know a lot of people checking on the streams from other countries. So if you're not celebrating July 4th like we are, how has your week been? And how have you been enjoying it so far? Also, like I said, I'm very stuffed, but I am, you know, I'm trying to get through it. That's why I'm also very thirsty. Tiny Gucci, I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I mean, that's one of the reasons why I do a lot of these streams on vertical format, because I'm noticing that it's so weird how YouTube works. My channel has been around now for what, 3-4 years, and the traditional formats, they do well at times. Not so much the streams, but more of my like movie reviews and trailer reactions and all that. But ever since I started doing like these vertical format streams, I'm getting a lot more people who are getting more and more aware of what I am, who I am, what I do here. And I'm glad, because at the end of the day, that's all I really care about. I care about, you know, growing this community and, you know, having fun talking about all the different topics, pop culture wise and all that. So really, really appreciate you subscribing. And I hope to see you in all of these streams moving forward, if possible. I know there are certain weeks where my times are all different. You know, normally I would stream like around noon, Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. But if there is a need, I will more than happy switch things up from time to time. So I know one of my viewers was asking me at one point if I would ever consider doing a night stream, because sometimes they can't make it to the noon streams. So this is one of my opportunities where I get to do that. And, hopefully people can hang out and all that. Speaking of pop culture, anime is a huge influence. I will say this. I do love anime. It's just I don't know a lot of the new anime anymore. There's just so many that I have lost the ability to keep up, really. If we're talking more old school anime, then I'm all over it. Anything from like the 80s, the 90s, maybe even a little bit from the early 2000s I can speak on. I'm a huge Dragon Ball fan. I was big into Naruto in the beginning. Bleach I never got into. One Piece I just got too there's just too many that I got kind of scared to even try. But I know a lot of people love One Piece. One of my trips to Japan, I had a chance to attend this One Piece exhibit that was done so well. And it was around the time, again, no spoilers here, but if you know, a certain passing of a very important character to Luffy. Is it Luffy? Luffy? The Straw Hat guy? I forget his name. But a certain important person to him passed away. And they paid a lot of huge tribute to that moment in the manga. And I'll never forget it, because there was one part of the exhibit where they did this big tribute, and it was like mixed media. It was panels from the manga along with some parts of the anime, and everyone there started crying, and they were all tearing up. And I was like, wow, it's really that big for a lot of these people. So, I know One Piece is huge, but it's also kind of intimidating because of all the episodes out there. So that's why I never had a chance to really dive into it, because there's just too much. I know for me personally, I would never be able to fully catch up. I'm still planning on watching the live action show on Netflix. Gucci, did you ever watch the live action Netflix show? Because I heard a lot of good things about it, and I really, really do want to check it out. So, and I know they just started, I believe, on season 2, filming it. So I'm sure a lot of people are really highly anticipating that to come back. So, Gucci, you're on episode 205. Yeah, you're able to really get in there. So that's good. More props to you on that. Also, I don't know how long I'll be on stream, but I'm pretty sure I'll be on stream past 9. So what we could do also is now, unfortunately, the Macy's fireworks are on the Hudson River today. My view of the city is the East River. So I won't be able to really see the big fireworks, but there's always tons of fireworks that happens outside. So let's see if I could just quickly switch over to my window view. Give it a minute for it to load up. So yeah, so it's also overcast today. So I don't know. Oh, why does it say goodbye on the vertical stream? I'm not leaving. That's wrong. And it shouldn't say starting soon, because there we go. All right. So yeah, I doubt we'll be able to see any. Doesn't this look? It looks like heaven's trying to say hello to us. It's like the gods are trying to say hello to the city. It's such a heavenly painting we're looking at right now. But yeah, maybe like around 8, 9 o'clock, probably more than likely 9 o'clock. That's when a lot of the fireworks around here will start going off. So maybe we could take a look as to all that stuff going on there. Tiny, you're saying you're choosing not to watch the live action. Any particular reason why? What's up, Scorched? Scorched checking in on the vertical. Nice to see you back here. Really, really happy to see you. Hope you're having a good week so far, and I hope you're having a good day. as we are here celebrating America's independence. Not really. It is a holiday today, but I'm not really celebrating that. I'm just celebrating movies and everything else in general. So, but it's nice to be patriotic. That's right. Do my due diligence to make sure that I let it be known that I am indeed a proud American. Sometimes. Taniguchi saying, I'm choosing to finish the anime first. Okay, well, that's fair. That makes sense. How many episodes of the anime are there now? Is it over 400 at this point? I can't recall. But I'm sure like by the time you're fully caught up and finished, then that could be good timing for you because that's probably like around when season 2 is dropping of the live action. So now you could watch the first 2 seasons straight up. Over 1,200! I was way off. Wow. That's got to be a record at this point, right? In all of the anime series out there ever made. That's got to be a huge record, right? I don't think any other property gets even close to that number. That's so insane. That's amazing. Especially like One Piece stayed as One Piece. You know, like Naruto, you had Naruto, and then you had Shippuden, and then you have Boruto, right? So it spawned off or evolved into other series. And then like Dragon Ball, you have Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT. Now you have Super and all this kind of stuff like that. So One Piece stayed as One Piece. And I respect that. You know, they never tried to spawn off into other versions or whatever. So very cool. What's going on, Jake? Nice to see you here. Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a great week. I don't know if you're in the US, but if you are, I hope you're having a great July 4th. And if you are celebrating, let us know what you got to as far as celebrating is concerned. And again, I'm just hanging out until maybe for like another 10 minutes, and then we'll get into our main topics of today, where I'm going to be talking about the latest movie, MaXXXine. But I will be starting off with going back and talking about the entire trilogy, because I actually just watched Pearl for the first time this past week. It took me a while to see it, but I'm glad I did, because my goodness, what a performance Mia Goth put in there. Unreal. So we'll be doing that. I'll be talking about The Acolyte, the latest episode of The Acolyte. So if you're interested in that type of conversation, you are in the right spot. I just saw Pearl Scorched. Yeah. I saw X maybe that year it came out. And I was like, oh, this is, I liked what they did here. This is very interesting. Then when Pearl came out, I just never had the chance to watch it. And since I was planning to watch MaXXXine last night, I said, you know what? I need to know the whole thing. So I watched Pearl. Whew. I agree. Mia is really cute. And she is fantastic in the latest movie. But her performance in Pearl is outstanding. How she did not ever get considered for any kind of acting nomination is beyond me. And I know the Oscars frown upon horror movies and genre-specific movies like that, but that needs to change, because her performance was spectacular. Unbelievable. That was like an unreal performance overall. Unreal. So yeah, I'll be talking about all that stuff in a little bit. So in a way, I guess I have 2 movies I'm reviewing today. Pearl and MaXXXine. Scorch saying, yeah, really good. Yep. Absolutely. Really, really good stuff. Really amazing. And it's interesting too because like Mia, I'm sure Mia Goth is going to be very well known for this trilogy that Ti West put together here. But it's also worth checking her out in other things that she's done before. Like, I believe, I forget who it was that didn't know it when I was talking about it, but she's in that movie Suspiria from several years ago. And I thought she was really good in that. You could really see how good of an actress she was in that movie. And then I believe she was in a Cronenberg film not that long ago. So, Scorch, you recently just found out that it's double role. Yeah, it's crazy, right? It is really crazy when you think about it. I know when I watched that for the first time, I didn't know it then, but then I read up on it afterwards, and then I found that out. And I was like, wow, you could not tell at all. You could not tell. Yeah, Infinite Pool. I think it's an Infinite Pool or Infinity Pool, one of those things. But yeah, she was in that movie, and she was really good in that movie too. I have not seen a movie she's done that I would say is bad, as far as her performance is concerned. So I'm very excited to see because she's talked about her being a part of Blade still, and she's trying to be very political in talking about Blade and all that. But I can't wait to see what she's gonna do if she's still going to be attached to that movie because I think it's gonna be amazing. Yeah, I know you're a big Nell Tiger fan too. Jenna Ortega was interesting because when that came out, she wasn't like a big deal yet. It was, I believe, after X came out, that's when Scream and Wednesday came out. Wednesday was the one that really put her over the edge. Everyone can't stop talking about her once Wednesday came out. But people were getting more aware of her when Scream came out, right? So it was interesting to see such a small role in there. But it's also interesting to see that she plays very similar types of personalities in a lot of the movies, that very like awkward, kind of quiet, shy girl that has the capabilities of doing more. Like her twist and her turn in X was interesting. Very, very interesting. So Tiny Gucci has not watched Wednesday yet. I don't know. Are you a fan of like the Tim Burton type of movies and stuff that he does? If you are, then that could be a movie. I mean, that could be a series that you might be interested in watching if you have a chance. Which girl are you talking about? Scorched in Scream. I haven't seen the new Scream movies, so I would have to say that I don't really know. Oh, Tiny, you're not into Tim Burton? Okay, well then definitely don't watch Wednesday. Because I think Wednesday is a very Tim Burton like type of show. But it is good though. I will say it is very good. She's in some new horror movie too. Yeah, there's a lot of these new actresses now being tied to a lot of these horror movie franchises. So it'll be really interesting to see who's going to be able to go past that and do more, you know? Like we already know, it's I also find it interesting that Jenna's face was what was used for X when she is not even like the main character in that movie, right? So I think that was a very interesting choice. I feel like they kind of knew to put her up on there, right? So I thought that was an interesting choice for them to make. And then she obviously blew up with everything else. And Mia Goth, I would say, because of X and Pearl, she's now a big name now, or really becoming a big name. So, and it's funny because the plot of MaXXXine is very similar to what we're talking about right now, you know. So, very, very interesting. Tiny, you say you watch too much anime? Hey, if that's what you love, then that's what you love, you know? There's nothing wrong with that. I believe Scorch, I believe Gucci was saying before that they're into One Piece. So big One Piece person. Scorch, are you looking forward to MaXXXine when that comes out? And again, I apologize in advance, everybody. My mouth is so dry because of all the food I ate. I guess it was very salty. So if I come across sounding a little weird, that's my fault. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, my goodness. When she decided to do the film with Kid Cudi, you're talking about Ortega? Ortega or Goth? Ortega. Yeah. Yeah. I think they knew she was eventually going to be like a big it person, right? But I don't think they knew she was going to blow up as much as she did. But it's so interesting how Hollywood works, right? How the machine works, because the minute someone starts getting recognized, you already see that they have had several projects lined up that are getting ready to come out all at the same time or very close to each other. Because literally, it felt like X came out, then before you knew it, she was in Scream. And then quickly after that, she was in Wednesday. So it's amazing how the Hollywood machine works, right? And I feel like we're seeing that with a lot of people. One great person, Kaylee Spaney. Kaylee Spaney is someone who I wasn't really familiar with, but then I saw her pop up in Priscilla, and then I see her doing a voice in, I believe it was If, and then she is in the new Aliens movie, and then she did this other movie. David Cornsweet, right? He showed up in Pearl, and now he's freaking Superman. It's so crazy how the Hollywood machine. Yeah, and Ortega's in Beetlejuice also. So it's amazing how the whole machine works. It's like they know, all right, this is going to be the next it person. All right, let's do. But then you also have cases where they try to shove someone down our throats. That doesn't work out. And we've seen that happen with several actors and actresses in the past. So it's very interesting. When they get it right, it's amazing. And it becomes this domino effect. But then when they get it wrong, then we never see those people ever again. And it's so unfortunate. I mean, look what happened to Taylor Kitsch. He was supposed to be like the next big it person during that time. What is he doing now? Taylor Lautner is another one. Big when the Twilight movies came out, but the minute he tried to do something outside of that, crash and burn. I think Tom Cruise is still a big name. I think people are still curious to see him do stuff. So I think he's definitely more on the positive side of things. But then who I'm really concerned about, who I'm really, really worried about when it's all said and done, is Chris Hemsworth. I think outside of Thor, it's going to be very hard for him, I think, to really maintain a leading role in anything but Thor. Look, no one went to see Furiosa when that came out. And he's like the number 2 guy in that movie. You know, when he tried to do the movie Black Hat all those years ago, no one wanted to see that movie. You know, so I feel because he's a funny dude, right? And I think he is very charismatic, but I don't think he'll be able to carry any movie outside of that. You know, I don't know. I would love to see him do well, but you know, when we already have those examples out there, it's just it's weird. It's very, very weird. Why TT ruined him? Yeah, I think he became too hilarious, like too comedic, and then now I think people are getting tired of that, right? Everyone else, Senor is a people pleaser, so if you need some affirmations, he's the person for you. Chris Pratt is being shoved down your throat. Well, I think it's when you look at it when it comes to like voice acting, it is amazing how, you know, he became Mario and now he's Garfield, right? So it's like, where did all of this come from all of a sudden? You know, I don't know. It's such a weird thing. It's true. Well, you know, Ragnarok was basically one of the best things. A crisp rat. Well, we are talking about July 4th and barbecues, so, you know, that is exactly how I would serve a rat. It has to be nice and crispy. Or, like they do in Demolition Man, what was it? A rata hamburguesa? Rat burgers. Get them while it's hot. Fresh off the grill. Let's go. Where is it? El hamburguesa de rata. I did know Jack Black is in Demolition Man. Yeah, that's one of like those like really unique trivia questions. I learned that a couple years ago. And when I first found out, I was like, what? Get out of here. And I looked back, I'm like, oh yeah, there he is. I'm like, that is so hilarious. So funny. Demolition Man is a really great movie. Really, it's I'm not saying it's great as far as quality or storytelling. It's just one of those guilty pleasure movies that's so good. It also helps that Sandra Bullock is in it. And I always had a crush on her.
Wow.
Yeah!
And that 3 Shells thing is crazy. I love the fact that they've never really fully explained it. You know? So I always thought that was really, really funny. Demolition Man. Another great thing about Demolition Man 2 is that they came out with a video game of that movie and they released it on multiple platforms. But if you had a chance to play it, I believe it's the 3DO version. If any of you remember the Panasonic 3DO. Sylvester Stallone actually did motion capture work on that game, right? And I think it was so interesting because you could see him, he's doing specific full motion video acting just for the game alone. And it's so crazy. It's so crazy to watch. It's like they were really hoping that that game was going to be big. And it just became like a big opinion on the Minecraft movie. So I'm not really a big Minecraft guy. I never played it. I never really got into it. But I did love to see who they got as far as people involved in the movie. So it could be very interesting. It could be very, very interesting. I mean, I'm curious more as to how fans of the game will feel about it. You know, so I don't know, Tiny, if you are someone who's into Minecraft, what do you think about it? So, yeah, Boy in the Heron you saw, and you finally saw In a Violent Nature. Nice. Slasher was kind of ass though. Yeah, here's what I'll say about In a Violent Nature, and I already gave my review about it before, but I loved the idea and I loved how unique that movie was. I also find it extremely soothing watching this guy just walking through the woods for like long periods of time. It's kind of funny because, you know, you always had that question as to, well, how does Jason get from one place or another, or how does Michael Myers get here and all there? So it's so funny just seeing just the endless walking, and the dude never gets tired, he never takes a break and all that. So I did find that type of perspective very interesting, and some of the kills were way over the top, unnecessarily so. You know, I think on Letterboxd I said there's something soothing about watching a guy endlessly walking through the woods up until the point where he turns someone into a human knot. You know, there are two kills in that movie that is just so absurd, which is funny. I can laugh at it now, but the whole third act just went out the window. I felt like they ran out of ideas and they didn't know how to end the movie at all. You know, that whole dialogue between the survivor and this lady was so not necessary. So not necessary. It made no sense to me. The other one was the one with the Marshall, with the automatic log cutter, because that just took forever. It's like, all right, I'm going to try out this piece of machinery. Oh, cool. It works. All right. Well, let me try your arm here. Oh, look at that. Okay. Well, okay. You know what? I'm not done yet. Here, let's put your head in there. It's like, like, what happened to you looking for this necklace? You rather spend 25 minutes trying to chop this guy up when he's already gone. He's a goner. That's it. There's no coming back. You know, look for your damn necklace. Again, sorry for the spoilers if I'm spoiling anything for everybody. Gucci says, I think it would be better it being animated. The Minecraft movie, right? Yeah, I do agree with that too. It is kind of weird that they're making it live action, but I am curious as to what they're thinking about it. Like I am curious as to how it's going to turn out. You know, just like I am very curious about Borderlands, the movie Borderlands. I know it's not going to be good. There's no way that movie is going to be good, right? But I'm curious. I'll check it out. Yeah. Tulsa King. Yeah, everyone says Tulsa King was really good. And the superhero one, what's that? Samaritan, I think it's called, or something like that. I did hear that was surprisingly good. But then I also heard other people saying it wasn't. So I don't know. It's definitely, am I the only one who keeps queues of things they want to watch? So it's definitely in my watch list, my queue list. And I will get to it eventually. I mean, I am a fan of Sly there. Samaritan is good. Okay. Like I said, I am planning to catch it, to check it out whenever I get a chance. And a ho-ho to you, King Jr. How you doing? Hope you're having a good day. That's a weird question for you to ask. What would make you ask such a thing? I do, but it's just kind of a random question. Colonels, what am I talking about? So I was just talking about, so Scorched here in the chat just watched In a Violent Nature. So we were talking about that movie. And literally in a couple of minutes, I'm going to be talking about MaXXXine, and I'll be talking about pretty much the whole MaXXXine trilogy. We'll be talking about that, and then later on we're going to be talking about the latest episode of Star Wars: The Acolyte. So if you're interested in having discussions about any of those things, you've come to the right place. King Jr. also, if you're still there, it also looks like you're a big Naruto fan, based off of your avatar icon or your icon, whatever you want to call it. So, MaXXXine sounds interesting. Never seen it. Is it worth watching? If you loved the X movie, if you loved Pearl, then I think this is a pretty decent closure to that whole trilogy. This MaXXXine takes place in 1983, I believe. So a good amount of years after X, the timeline of X, because X was in 1979, I believe. So yeah. So you get to see kind of where the character MaXXXine goes after the events of X. So if that's something you're interested in, then I definitely will say check it out if you ever have a chance. Did I like Rebel Moons? I did not. No. I always try to give Zack Snyder a chance, because there's one thing about him that I do appreciate, is that he's a very good visual director. Great visuals, basically very good desktop wallpapers, screensavers. If these movies were playing in a bar in the background, awesome stuff to look at. Story-wise, not so great. Hit or miss, 50-50, right? So I tried to give him a shot. The first one was laughable. The second one was painful. I tried, but I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I will watch the director's cut. That's supposedly coming out in August, I think. And supposed to change the entire tone of everything. I don't know. I'll check it out. Maybe I'm a glutton for punishment. Who knows? Colonel's X, you mean Malcolm? No, I don't. No, that's a totally different movie. Totally different movie. X is the movie from A24. It's a horror thriller movie. Completely different. Completely different series. So I don't want you to be confused there, Colonels. It's a very different movie. Sounds like a waste of time. Could be. Could be. You know, I just remember him saying that his director's cut is what he always intended to make. And what we got as far as Rebel Moon Part 1 and 2 is what Netflix wanted. I don't understand how that could happen. You know, I don't understand that. But let's see. Let's see what all that means. Because it's kind of silly. Yeah, I heard Justice League is getting a theatrical release. I think that wouldn't be bad to see in the big screen. I'm not going to see it because I've seen it multiple times already, but I think that would be good for people who have never had a chance to see it yet. Colonels, oh, this is a good question. Is watching a movie at a bar a good idea? Isn't the point to be social? I live in LA. Tons of bars do it. It's a good conversation starter. I think that's what I look at it as. You know, like I think, because here in New York, you know, there are certain bars that will play movies in the background. And it's great to just as a conversation piece, you know, especially if it's like an older movie. Say, hey, remember that movie? Oh, have you ever seen this movie? And then you get a chance to talk about it. I would never go to a bar specifically just to watch a movie. I think for me, that's weird. That is really weird. And I don't know if people actually do that, but I would never do that. I think if anything, it's just more for atmosphere and conversation. You know, watching sports is one thing. You know, maybe, you know, when there's like I know sometimes bars have watch parties for like House of the Dragon or whatever. I think that's cool if everyone there is doing that for that particular reason. But no. That's why I also find it weird when people go to bars hoping to read a book at the bar. Because you're going to get bothered. And if you're female, you're usually going to get hit on. I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything. I'm just calling it how it is, right? So I don't know how you could be peaceful reading a book at a bar. It just sounds weird to me. Gucci's too young to be at the bar. That's perfectly fine. All these hipsters do it all the time. Women read books at bars for attention. Some do. Now, I will say this. I remember there was a time, I used to work in advertising. So I used to always visit Google and all that. And I used to have conversations with people at Google. And I remember one of these one of these ladies I met at Google who's new to New York, very new to New York, came from Kansas, I think. And she asked me a question. She just said, hey, be real with me for a moment. And she's like, do you find it weird if I think it's okay to read a book at the bar? And I'm like, are you doing it for attention, or do you actually think that it's a place where you actually want to read a book? And she's like, I just think there's nothing wrong with me just being by myself at the bar reading a book. And I said, well, I'll tell you why that's going to be a problem, because there's no way you're going to be able to read a book. You're going to get a lot of attention. Guys are going to want to talk to you. And that's it. You know, if you want to read a book, maybe Starbucks is better. But bars, especially in New York, you will never be left alone. Unless it's like one of those really hole in the wall, no one really goes there, blah, 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 all that type of stuff. Then maybe you could get away with reading a book at the bar. But I told her, I'm going to be real with you. I think that's a silly idea. I said, if you're looking for the attention, then yeah, that's a great idea. But don't think that is a common thing. It's a cope. Could be. You know, I mean, if she wasn't lying, I told her the truth and I called her out on it. You know, or at least I tried to call her out on it. Yeah, she was very, very Midwestern, very naive. You know, which I guess in a way was her charm. So maybe she was fooling me. Maybe she was. Maybe she was. Colonels, how long have you been living in LA for? I'm just curious. Also, happy 4th of July. I don't know if you had a chance to celebrate or what you did to celebrate, but you could let us know also in the chat. And I know right now it looks like I'm a fiend for liquids, but you know, I had a lot of fried chicken today, so I think I'm a little parched. It's women's nature to advertise themselves. I mean, I don't disagree with that. Born and raised, born in 82. It's getting horrible now. Yeah, I heard that. I hear a lot of people are trying to move out. So, fun fact, I used to go to LA once a year during the summer when I worked in the video game industry. I used to go to E3 that was there. But this was like going back to, I want to say late 90s to early 2000s. But I kept that tradition going because I like visiting LA. I'm a big movie guy, so I love just being around, you know, and checking things out. But I always said I could never live there because, one, I don't like the reliance of driving all the time. And two, I don't know, the people are very 50-50 with me. But I was there, what is this, 2 years ago when I was going to Star Wars Celebration in Anaheim. And one of my friends I was with was his first time in LA. So, of course, I brought him around to the places I was familiar with. And I was shocked to see how things have changed. The homeless population has grew tremendously, more so than I remember. And it feels like it's definitely more expensive than it used to be. Politics are terrible. Yeah, I know. But hey, so is New York. So I'm very used to that. Where in LA did I spend? So for that last trip, I was in Anaheim. So that's like outside of LA. I know that. And then I spent some time in Burbank, Hollywood, a little bit in the hills. And we're doing a lot of touristy stuff, again, because of my friend who's never been to LA before. I took them to Santa Monica. I'm a huge fan of the pier over there. So we spent some time. I think that was our favorite time, was spending time in Santa Monica. Really, really enjoyed it there. I always enjoy it in Santa Monica. Where else? Hung out a little bit in Culver City. We did the whole Disney thing. Let's see. What else did we do? City Walk. Did the City Walk. Oh, you live in Burbank. Okay. Griffith Park, I didn't take him to. I've been there personally myself several times, but I said next time, because we didn't have a lot of time. So I said next time, that is a must to visit. Venice Beach, I've been there before. And yeah, Beverly Hills. Yeah, for Beverly Hills, we drove through Beverly Hills. And I was kind of just driving them around there. But I've been there multiple times. Back during the days when Priceline was actually very worth using back then, I was lucky enough to stay at the Beverly Hilton for only $50 a night for 3 nights straight. I just took roll of the dice. I said, you know what? I'm going to name my price, and this is how much I want to pay for Beverly Hills. And I got it. And they gave me a huge suite. I guess I just lucked in on it. Maybe they were pretty vacant at the time. And it was the best. It was amazing. It was great to pretend that I was part of the elite. And I was telling everyone, I'm staying at the hotel where all the celebrities stay at. What's going on, Jester? Jester in the house, checking in on the regular stream. How you doing, bud? So fancy, I know. It is very clean. It is very, very clean, yeah. And you're right, there really is not much to do. It's just to say you were there. So Colonels like you, I was also born and raised in New York. So I was born in 78. So I've always been a New Yorker. I love the city. I love the borough of Queens where I'm in right now. But very much like you, things have been changing. You know, everything's getting expensive. The politics sucks. I feel like we have never really yet fully recovered from the pandemic. So as I'm getting older and I'm seeing my money not go as far as it used to, I have thought about moving. You know, so you don't think I have one? So that's so strange. A lot of people say I do. Maybe it only comes across in certain words like coffee, water, you know, but I guess I don't have that very thick New York accent. It's funny. I had a conversation with some friends about that last weekend. But yeah, I would consider moving, and I have thought about it. I've never moved before, but I traveled a lot, so that's why I like visiting other places. Oh, Jester, you went to a baseball game last night. Awesome. Which game did you go to? Who played? Another country or a red state. Okay. I right now, again, it's hard for me to find a good place to move to. At one point, there was a time where I was favoring maybe moving to Japan because I've been there many times and I have a lot of friends that are there. I'm not Japanese, but I mean, I visited the country so many times. I thought about Spain, Portugal, and right now I'm thinking maybe Austin, only because I do have a friend base there. So it'll be easy for me not to feel like I'm alone or I'm starting like all by myself. So those are just some of the places I kind of threw around in my mind like that. But yeah, we'll see what happens. I speak a little Japanese. I feel like every time I went, I was learning more and more. I haven't been since 2020, but I'm finally going back again next year. Funny enough, for Star Wars Celebration in Japan. So I think that will be a lot of fun. But I can't wait to go back and catch up with my friends and just catch up with, you know, the usual things I like to do when I'm over there. And the food. Love the food. Food is amazing. So good. Jester saying Braves versus Giants. Nice. And the Braves won. Awesome. Truist Park. Is Truist Park the name of the Giant Stadium? Do the ladies like me in Japan? When they get to know me, I feel like they do. The thing is that I get mistaken for Japanese all the time when I'm there. So it's a little bit more difficult for me to have that initial attraction, so to speak. Unlike if I was like a white guy or a black guy like that. Like they love exotic looking people and they are more like drawn to you. Not so much attraction, but they're very drawn to you. But when they start talking to me and I say like, hey, you know, like I'm from New York, they're like, oh my God, you're from New York. And then that's what starts the major conversation and all. So I thought so too, but according to a lot of my friends who are there, they say people from South Japan, like Okinawa, like the islands, we have the same complexion. So they can really see why people mistake me for Japanese. And I'm not just saying like that just because of a couple of instances. Every time I go, they automatically think I'm Japanese, even on the plane ride going over there. They will talk to me in Japanese, but the person next to me who's obviously Japanese, they would speak to in English. I don't know, but that happens a lot. Jester, you're a Braves fan. Truist Park is in Atlanta. Got it. I should know that because the last time I was in Atlanta, I did go to that park. This was, I want to say, 2019. I was there. And I caught a game for July 4th weekend. Funny enough, July 4th. So July 4th weekend, I forget who they were playing. Braves won. And then we had the fireworks show afterwards. Huge stadium, right? Because I feel like it's its own city. Like you have to go very far from Atlanta proper. And now you're in this big city, like its own little contained like kind of community. Where you have the park, you have all the bars and the restaurants. And it took me forever to get an Uber out of there. Forever. But it was a fun time. I enjoyed it. Really hot though. Really hot. But I forgot the name of the park, but I remember that. Not to be alone. You seem like oh, that's nice of you to say. I'm actually very shy. Believe it or not. I know people don't believe it when I say that, but I am actually very shy. So I do find it hard sometimes to have conversation. Can't stand the heat in Texas or Miami or Vegas or Arizona. Might do something coastal. Coastal is nice. I always love being by the water, you know. I thought about, there was a moment where I thought about maybe Portland or Seattle. Seattle was a no because I don't want it to be raining all the time. And I think that would be kind of like a bummer. Portland, some people told me is way too many hipsters there. But I like the scenery and I like being by the water. You know. Mr. John, hailing from Russia with love. Nice of you to chime in on the vertical stream. Yeah, it's huge. The July 4th weekend 2019, they played the Phillies. Was that who I saw? That must have been the team who I saw. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. So you are a big Braves fan. That's awesome. I actually, like I said, whenever I have a chance, if it's baseball season, I love visiting other parks in other states. You know, I love when I was in Chicago, I loved going there to the park there. Have I gone to any games in LA? I have not. No. I saw a Tokyo Giants game in Tokyo, which was fantastic. There's something very different about the environment in Japan watching a baseball game. Colonel saying, if I move, do you only care about your money going a long way? What else is another reason for moving? I think money is a big thing. I think comfortability is another thing, and community. You know, again, it would be hard for me to move to a place where I have no friends or an established base. It would be kind of hard for me to do that. Will I try it? I'm down to try it. But yeah. Oh, and I also need to be near entertainment because of what I do here on the channel. I review movies. I talk about movies. I need to be able to go somewhere where I can easily watch movies. You know, in Austin, they have a giant movie festival that happens there every year. Big movie community. So I want to be somewhere where I could do that still, you know, because eventually I would love to be considered as a critic, right? So I need to be around that stuff. Triple X Confession wants us to check out his new single. I mean, if you want to promote it on the chat, you can do so, but don't be so spammy about it. And I'll leave it up to the people here to see if they want to check it out or not. The Dodgers games are dangerous. I do know that. Yes. Yes, I have heard to be careful if I were ever to consider going to a Dodgers game. I'm not a Yankees fan. I'm actually a Mets fan. This is a Mets jersey. So because I grew up in Queens, and I think when you grow up in Queens, you know, it's kind of hard not to be a Mets fan. Especially when the stadium, when I was growing up, was literally like 15 minutes by the train away. So I grew up as a Mets fan. Colonel saying that's a yeah. That's the perfect way to put it out there. Don't cry if you think it's terrible. What's the difference? What's the difference between Mets and Yankees fans? Is that what you're asking? Let me know what you mean. Do I only review movies? I review movies. I react to trailers. I talk about certain shows. Like, again, later on, I'm going to be talking about the latest episode of The Acolyte. But that's mainly what I do. I talk about video games sometimes when I have the chance. I don't talk about video games as much as I used to, or as much as I would like to. But eventually, I do want to be able to talk more about that stuff because, again, I used to have experience in the industry. And, you know, anything that's pop culture related, I like talking about. Not the gossip stuff, not the, you know, we're not going to be sitting here talking about Real Housewives of whatever. And that, not that. But, you know, and I don't talk about music because I don't listen to any new music. So it'll be kind of, you know, it'll be kind of weird for me to talk about that. Nope, I don't produce, I don't write, and I don't act. You know, everything that I do is here on the channel. You know, like I do enjoy editing. I do enjoy kind of like creating things. But I've never thought of becoming a filmmaker or scriptwriter or anything like that. I am just a fan of the medium, I guess. So, would I ever consider maybe writing a script or, you know, filming a short film? Sure. If I have the time and if I have a good idea, I would be down for that. But Real Housewives of Japan? No, thanks. That would be a very boring show. Because I know a lot of housewives in Japan, and they don't do much. They're not as scandalous as they are here in the States. Mets haven't won a World Series since the 80s, and the Yankees haven't won one since 2009. Ouch! Chester, how dare you? How dare you? You're not wrong, but how dare you? But at least the Yankees could say that they've done something recently. We have not. The Mets have not. Very much like the Knicks, we have gone for a very long time without anything. Nope, not married, never married, and don't have any kids that I know of.
Wow.
Yeah!
I did play baseball growing up. I played baseball, I played softball, basketball. Basketball was more of my sport because that is a very city sport, and I did a lot of that growing up. Well, Triple X, like I said, you already mentioned it. Is the name of the song "Don't Cry"? If the name of the song is "Don't Cry," we know your name, and we'll check it out if we have a chance. So, thank you. Who is my favorite Nick of all time? Anthony Mason. He will always be my all-time favorite because he is a very, at the time, unconventional basketball player. Bulky, plays more like street ball, a brute, but he's quick and he's very agile. So he's always been my favorite Nick. Charles Oakley will be the next one. Again, I love 90s Knicks basketball. I mean, there's nothing crazier than that time. Yes, I know he did. Hey, I didn't like him for his free throws. I did not like him for that. Everything else I did. It's kind of like Shaq, right? When you think about it. Like Shaq was such a dominant force in the paint. And it's kind of hard not to like him during that time. But man, the free throws are horrendous. What about you, Colonels? Were you a big Laker fan growing up? He was a monster. Hell yeah. That was a good team during that time. You know, a lot of opportunity we had. You know, especially under the whole Pat Riley era. Really, really good. Hey, Triple X, it's okay. You know, you seem to be doing well in the chat, so no problem. You don't have to worry about English. We're all here willing to talk and communicate with each other. Huge basketball fan until I hit 22. Then you start gambling on sports. Okay, is that something you still do even now? Just a wizard. What's going on, Just a Wizard? Checking in on the verticals. Ah, so it kind of spoiled the sport for you, huh? Interesting. Yes, I am. I am from the US. As we are here celebrating our Independence Day. All right, enough of that. I don't really care. Can't watch any game without action. Oh, they didn't legalize it in California yet? Oh, well, honestly, I'm not surprised by that. Okay, that makes sense. So are the apps like what's that? What are the DraftKings and all that stuff? Is that illegal for you to use in California? Because apparently it's not illegal to use here in New York anymore. I mean, they advertise it at the games sometimes too. Ah, so the apps you can get, you just can't do anything. Yeah, that makes sense. I never got into any of that stuff myself, so. Well, Triple X, like again, I appreciate you, promoting your stuff. I will check it out if I have a chance after the stream. But no promises. But I will say, if anyone wants to check out Triple X's song, he mentioned it in the chat here on the vertical stream. Check it out if you'd like to. Well, he seems harmless. I'm not going to like ban anyone or ignore anyone until they start getting, a little bit too out there. So I get it. Look, we all have a hustle, right? So I get it. Do I watch a WNBA? No, I don't. Um, Not that I'm not interested in it. It's just I honestly like even when it comes to regular sports. Hold on, let me take that back. WNBA is regular sports, but even when it comes to like NBA, MLB, all that stuff, I don't have the time to watch a lot of it. So like even during the regular season, I don't get a chance to watch a lot of the Knicks games at all. I watch a lot of just replays on YouTube. So I just don't have the time to catch up on everything. There was a period when before I started doing YouTube and what I'm doing now outside of it, when I used to have season tickets to the Knicks for many years. So I remember going to the games a lot myself. But once I left corporate America, lifestyle change all across the board. So I will say having season tickets was a great date option if I was taking someone out for a date for the first time. The Garden is fun. I will say, like, if you ever have a chance to be in New York during basketball season, or even if you're into hockey, you have to check out a game at the Garden because it is a lot of fun. I mean, it's such a classic arena too, so very old school. Tiny Gucci's back. Welcome back, Tiny Gucci. How's Pokemon? How's Pokemon treating you? Also, everyone who is watching live on the stream, please do me a quick favor. Hit that like button. Would greatly appreciate it. You'll make this person very happy on today, our Independence Day. Thank you. I love how it just cuts. It sounds kind of ridiculous. Going through all the classes. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, yeah, because you did mention that there are classes now you have to do in the game, right? Is that right? What's everyone playing nowadays? Colonels, are you a gamer? Do you play anything? So I tried a couple of nights ago that new game, The First Descendant. I played it for like a good 2 hours. It's interesting. It is very interesting, but it's very clunky. I felt like I experienced a lot of frame rate dropping. So it kind of threw me off a bit. But I could see potential in that game. I don't know if everyone's had a chance to try it yet. Is there a heat wave? We just had it. I would say maybe a week or two ago, there was a crazy heat wave that we went through where it was like 90s and above for like a good solid week. Humidity, all that stuff. And then we got a series of rain and it's kind of died down a bit. So everything's too complicated. No, I get that. It's intimidating. I know that for sure. Well, when you had the NES, what was your favorite game to play at the time? Do you have like an all-time favorite game of yours? Zelda, my man. You are talking my language right there. That is one of my favorite all-time games ever. All time. Such a great game. What's going on, Ados? Ados chiming in from Brazil. Always love seeing you stop by. Hopefully you're having a great... Now for you, it's morning, I believe, right? So is that... Well, I don't know how to say good morning in Portuguese. Maybe you could help teach me. But oh no, Tiny Gucci is going through a midterm in Pokemon.
Wow.
Sorry to hear that. If it's anything like actual midterms, I can only imagine how sucky that is. No, I've never been to Brazil. I would love to go one day. Maybe I'll go and hang out with Ados. He seems to be cool over there. Besides Japan, so I've been to many places around Europe. Germany, Italy, England, Belgium, Holland, Amsterdam. Oh, Amsterdam's another place I would consider moving to. Amsterdam is such a beautiful city. And I'm not just saying that because of weed and all that stuff. I'm not... Take all that out. Amsterdam is by far one of the most beautiful cities in Europe. The only concern I have there is that people who ride the bikes are maniacs. They don't give a fuck about you walking down the street. They will zip through you like they're freaking... what's this bicyclist? Freaking the guy with no nuts. They treat it like the Autobahn. That's the only thing that I don't like about Amsterdam. But outside of that, it's gorgeous over there. I've been to many places around the States. I've been to Canada. Yeah. Where else in Europe have I been to? I think those are the big highlights right there. Yeah. I haven't been to many South American parts, but I would love to if I get the chance. Armstrong, that's the guy I'm talking about. Yes. He has no nut, right? They took it out because of cancer. If I move to Amsterdam, yeah, well, I kind of work remotely now. So what I would do is I'll just continue doing what I'm doing. Maybe I would have to change my time, to adjust it to, or maybe maintain it to America time, but that's fine. Who knows? Maybe I could also find a cool job over there. Maybe I'll work as a projectionist at a movie theater. That'll be fun. Mexico's booming. The only Mexico I've been to is Cancun. But that's touristy stuff. That doesn't really count, so. Tiny Gucci passed. Congrats on passing your Pokemon midterms. Bom dia. That's how you say... Is that how you say good morning? Bom dia? It sounds like good day. Professional joint roller. That would be funny. If I could open up a coffee shop, maybe I could do that. But there's so many over there. It's like it's almost foolish to do that, unless I theme it, right? Maybe I could theme it like a movie themed coffee shop, where you could talk about movies, and because the cinema scene in Amsterdam is pretty big, so I can imagine something like that would be kind of cool. Theme it very like Hollywood-like, maybe in a way like Sardi's, or is the... Okay, this is gonna sound very funny, but you know for sure I've been to LA when I mentioned this, Colonels. What is that? Was it called Hamburger Hamlet across from Grauman's Theater? Is that still there? The burger joint, the burger restaurant? Oh, it's gone? I used to love that place. Oh man, that's unfortunate. But yeah, no, Amsterdam is very artsy, very artsy. Major art scene over there. So I feel like at least that could be a place where I could see myself like really fitting in. That's crazy. I had no idea Hamburg and Hamlet's gone. That's a shame. A lot of like the last time I was there, I noticed a lot of places closed down. A lot of Europe is very liberal. I think so. Yeah, I try not to pay too much of attention to politics, honestly. What's going on, FICON? I hope I'm saying that right. FICON. Checking out in the normal stream. Thoughts on Khmer might be Darth Venomous. Who is Darth Venomous? Now, I know there's a lot of speculation that maybe he may be Plagueis. You know, especially since it seems like he has a very huge control over the Force and aging. So I heard a lot of rumors about that. I don't know who Darth Venomous is. Maybe you could like fill me in on who that is. Darth Venomous is a Tenebrous secret apprentice that he hid from Plagueis. Oh. Interesting. I don't know. I wish I knew more of the character to say. But what do you think? Have you seen anything good on Netflix? Anything you can recommend? So I haven't watched a lot of stuff on Netflix recently. Later on tonight, I will be watching the new Beverly Hills Cop movie, which I've heard mixed things about. So I'm definitely going to be checking that out to see. It's been a minute since I've been on Netflix. What's on Netflix right now? The last thing I watched on Netflix was Avatar, The Last Airbender, that series. And I actually really liked it. I thought that was really worth watching, in my opinion. Movie-wise, I don't know. If I get a chance to see you again in a tomorrow's stream, I'll be talking about Beverly Hills Cop, and then we can have a conversation about that. And yes, One Piece is, if you're into like live action anime. So yeah. Oh, Colonels, you were just watching it? Yeah, Beverly Hills Cop Axel F. Yeah. I'll be watching that later on tonight. So, and that'll be one of the things I'm going to be talking about in tomorrow's stream. So yeah, so if you happen to be around, I'm going to be very curious as to what you think about it. Ficon saying, I would like that because I don't want Khmer to be Plagueis. Okay, well, I could understand that too. It would be kind of weird if he does turn out to be Plagueis at the end of the day, but I don't know. It feels like maybe they could be going that route, but then again, we could get this weird twist in the show, and it could be completely different, right? I do think there is another. I do feel like that Khmer has another master above him. He's just not talking about it yet, or not hinting at it yet. So that could potentially still be a reveal in the show. So honestly, like, I went into watching the latest Bad Boys movie, not expecting too much. You know, when I saw Bad Boys, now, okay, hold on. I always get this. Bad Boys Ride or Die was 3, right? I thought Martin Lawrence was so slow in that movie, and it felt very odd watching them still try to be those characters. Then when I went into Bad Boys for Life, Bad Boys for Life, sorry. Bad Boys for Life was the 3rd movie. Ride or Die is the new one. So when I went into Ride or Die, I was like, I don't know what to expect from here. But I actually thought Martin Lawrence did a better job than he did in the previous one. So I thought he actually, in a way, outacted Will Smith. But I also feel like he kind of had to do that because, you know, Will Smith is still trying to get back into good graces with Hollywood. So it's like a slow burn for him. It is very hard, though. You're right, to be an older actor and an action star. Not many people can do it. But you still have, I still think Sylvester Stallone still does really well. I think if Schwarzenegger was given the right script, he could still do it, I think. He just has that kind of pedigree in being like an action star. You know, like remember, Martin Lawrence and Will Smith, they were comedic actors. They were never meant to be action stars. So I feel like, you know, give or take with that stuff. But then you had Liam Neeson. As he got older, the more action stuff he's doing. You know, obviously we had Bruce Willis, but now he won't be able to be acting anymore. Denzel is another great one. As he's getting older, he's still doing well as far as action acting. So it takes a certain pedigree of actor for sure. Not everyone can do it. Icon saying, I'm not sure now, but I have heard from different streamers that the creator of Acolyte told media that there's going to be 2 Siths in the series, but only heard it from different streamers, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I think, and this is again just speculation. I have not heard her say, I have not heard any interview with Leslie Headland about this, but I do feel like, at least for me, it does feel like there is another one out there. I feel like he himself has a master. I could be wrong, but I do, just something in me is saying that. And like I said, if it doesn't turn out that way, it doesn't turn out that way. You know. But that's also why I find it very interesting that he said to Osha, and you know, we'll talk more about the Acolyte in a little bit. But he mentioned to Osha that the one thing he's really looking for is the power of 2. And I think he's looking to fulfill that kind of, you know, the way the Sith are supposed to be. There's always 2, right? The rule of 2. That he's trying to do that for himself because maybe he's trying to one up his master or something. I don't know. Smith did a ton of superhero action stuff. I can't think of comedy movies that Will did that did not involve. Well, I'm not talking about movie-wise. I'm talking more about... So, well, let's go back in time. Will was a rapper, right? He had a somewhat successful career with Jazzy Jeff. And then that kind of fell through the wayside. And then all of a sudden he did Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. And it was because of that series, Hollywood got a lot of interest in Will Smith. And I believe... Again, correct me if I'm wrong, the first real true movie he did that was action was Independence Day. Hey, Independence Day, what a coincidence. So yeah, so I think that was what really started his whole action movie career, right? And then he did Bad Boys, and you know, then it was forever solidified in history. But I think nature-wise... Oh, and he also did Men in Black, right? I think that was another big thing of his. So I think, you know, at his root, he was always a rapper / comedic actor that Hollywood helped form into an action star, which he did. You know, Martin Lawrence, he just was always a comedic actor. You know, I think the only action thing he did was Bad Boys, and I don't know, could you consider Black Knight an action movie? Oh, Bad Boys was first. Bad Boys 95, Independence Day 96. Can I tell you my story about Independence Day in 96? And Ficon, I'll get to your comment in just a little bit. I just want to tell this funny story because we're on the topic. Yes, Black Knight was indeed horrible. I saw Independence Day, opening day, at my local theater. That's not there anymore. But it was a theater that I went to a lot with some of my high school friends. I graduated in 95, but I had a lot of friends who graduated in 96. So as like a kind of graduation thing, a whole bunch of us from my high school went to go watch Independence Day at the theater. And, we had a kick-ass rocking time watching the movie. We had a lot of fun. Again, the movie is how old now? 30 years or so. So I don't care about spoiling it. But, the big climax at the end, big battle in the sky, alien ships, our planes fighting, we're losing, things aren't going well. And here comes Randy Quaid in his ship. Hello, boys. Remember me? I'm back. The minute he's flying right into the big ship, and you knew something big was going to happen because of that, the movie stopped. Projectionist cut the movie, lights went up, and we were just like, what the fuck? Unbeknownst to us, the ambulance was right outside the theater. And none of us knew, because a lot of us were sitting in the front or closer to the front. Some poor guy in the back was having a seizure. And the movie had to stop for like 30 minutes so that the ambulance could come in, attend to this guy, and wheel him out and bring him to the hospital. And I think because of all the action things that were happening, the strobing lights and all that, poor dude got, went into a seizure, like an epileptic seizure. And it was just like, wow, we had no idea. Because obviously you're in a movie, right? So the sound effects, the noise, everything was blaring. So we had no idea what was happening behind us. Crazy. Just really crazy. So we had to sit there for like 30 minutes. And then when it was all said and done, they just decided, turn the movie back on. And it kind of lost its big impact, and then all of a sudden flies in the ship, explodes, everything happens, and blah, blah, blah. And we're just like, oh, well, there it was. So I really didn't get to enjoy the whole movie as a whole until like a year later when I saw it again at home on Laserdisc, out of all things. So yeah, it was just unfortunate for that to happen. So no, we didn't ask for a refund. We kind of just like, it is what it is kind of thing like that. They did offer if we wanted to stay for the next showing, but I think at that point we were just done. We're just like, you know what? We're no longer in the mood. So we just left. Okay, Ficon, back to your comment. My dream would be Plagueis being the master. Kimir turns Osha to help him battle against Plagueis. And in the end, obviously Plagueis is going to win, but that would be a fantastic fight. Honestly, that's exactly where I'm at too. I would love to see if that turns out to be that way, because I think it's very obvious at this point that Osha is probably going to turn to the dark side. And in parallel with that, I think May might end up leaning more towards the light side. So that's when you're going to have like a weird kind of twist in this story. And who knows what's going to happen after that. So I don't know. That's just my feeling. Wild Wild West. The story behind that too, right? How, what was it? The producer of that movie was trying to work with Kevin Smith on writing a Superman treatment. The whole Nicolas Cage Superman treatment. And the producer was very adamant about having one of the main villains being this big robotic spider. And that's why it's kind of funny how it turned out that the next movie that producer worked on was Wild Wild West. And what did we get at the end of that movie? A giant robotic spider. So if you saw the Flash movie, I loved how they kind of put that reference in there. I thought that was very clever. Like I'm thinking is exactly what you're thinking. Well, look at that. Are we what do they call them? A dyad? A diode? Maybe we're thinking along the same lines. We are May and Osha. But I think it'll be cool because in a way you're going against the grain of storytelling that we're too accustomed to in Star Wars, right? So I like that. I'll be honest. I could understand why people are criticizing this show. I find it still entertaining. I like it, but I also like the fact that they're trying a lot of different things on it. They're trying to subvert expectations, which I really appreciate. And for what it's worth, it's working for me. And it's still a huge mystery. Like, you don't know still where things are going. You can speculate, but you still are wondering where they're going to lean towards more. Where are they going to do this? Where are they going to do that? How are things going to end up at the end of the series? So for me, I appreciate that, but it's not going to be for everybody, obviously. But it is what it is. Yeah, there's something definitely up with Venestra, for sure. It would be kind of cool to see like if that turns out to be the case, that she was Chimera's, is it Chimera or Chimera? I call him Chimera. I could be wrong, but it would be kind of curious to see them have like a showdown if indeed that was true, right? Because I mean, the scars on his back look very much like a whip did that, a saber whip, to be specific. That is a giant Cheerios box I have. You know why? Hold on, let me see if I can get it for you to show you. It is a special edition Cheerios that I got at the Stranger Things experience in New York. Let's see. Hopefully this guy doesn't fall down. Woo, gone. All right. So yeah, so to celebrate Stranger Things, they did like a series of Stranger Things experiences. It first started in New York, then it traveled around. I was there day one. I did a video on it on the channel. It was one of my more successful videos I've done. But I love it because you were able to buy cereal boxes that are very Stranger Things related. So you could see, obviously, the logo's upside down. You have Russian writing, right? And then, let's see. In the back, you had like awesome artwork. I don't know if you could see that. Very, very cool. And, unfortunately, you can't get these anymore. And it's funny. Hey, there, July 4th. Because remember, season 4, it was all around July 4th. So once again, perfect timing for today. Does it have an expiration date? It does. And it's already way past it. But I'm not planning on eating it. So there you go. But yeah, I thought this was like an interesting kind of keepsake and all. All right. The real trick now is to get it back there. But at the same time, it also doesn't matter because this whole background behind me is going to be changing very soon. Okay, there we go. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. Yeah, I guess I should wrap it up, right? Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe that's something I'll do. I have the balance of a ballerina. Thank you. Thank you. Who would win, Venestra or Chimera? So I don't know much about Venestra. I know she's had a lot of history in the High Republic books. I would probably say that Chimera will win because I think Venestra, something has happened to her that's making her act the way she's acting now on the series. So I don't think she'll have the right mindset to be able to fight someone like him. And we've already seen what he was able to do to all the Jedi that he's encountered on the show. I mean, everyone that they were promoting and using in the marketing, they're all gone at this point, with the exception of Saul. So I think Chimera will have the upper hand, I think, in that battle. If it was ever to come down to that. So Colonels, well, thank you very much. This was definitely a lot of fun. We're all here for nonsense. So it's always fun to chat with everybody. And thank you for subscribing. I really, really do appreciate that. Old Man Axel Foley. Awesome. Well, I hope you liked the movie. Obviously, I will be talking about it tomorrow. So if you happen to be around tomorrow, we could chat about it. But I hope you enjoyed. Regardless, I would love to hear from you what you thought of the movie when you're done with it. So enjoy. Give me 1 second, guys. Just checking something on my phone, making sure the world around me is not burning down. No, thank you. Thank you. And if I don't see you for the rest of the evening, enjoy your evening. Really, really mean that. So thank you. Kimir is so badass. The thing they did with the mask, like he can only feel the force and himself, makes it even better. I agree. I like the way they're treating this character. First of all, I kind of knew that they were leaning towards him being the master behind, May's training and all that. But I wasn't expecting him to be the person that he is, that we saw in this recent episode. So, you know what? Since we're talking about that, and that was going to be one of the major topics I was going to talk about, let's talk about that. Let's talk about more of episode 6 of The Acolyte. Because again, this is something I wanted to talk about today anyway. Gucci, no worries. I'll be around for a bit. So, episode 6 came out, obviously, Tuesday night. Picked up exactly where things left off. Now we have May hanging out with Saul, Osha being taken in by Kimir, right? I'm still going to call him Kimir. That's just how I'm going to pronounce his name. And I took notes. This is the first time during the watching of this show I decided to take notes here. So I wrote down things that I thought were interesting as I was watching the episode, right? So let's go through everything here. One, the beginning, when Osha wakes up in Kimir's house or hut or whatever you want to call it, it was very reminiscent to the first episode, the way that she woke up on the ship, right? The same camera movement and everything like that. So I thought it was very unique and a nice little throwback. And in a way, it was kind of telling us and hinting like this could potentially be a new direction for this character as we're moving forward, right? So one thing you notice is that she was all wrapped up in bandages. I think one of the things I speculated in the week before was it looked like Kimir was using the force to heal her, because we know that there is such a thing as force healing, but it looks like it didn't really work that way. So it didn't look like she was being healed at all, at least not to the extent where she could fully be 100% in the clear. I mentioned the whole thing about her waking up. The island itself, I love how they call it an unknown planet, but it does look very similar to, was it Actu? Is that the name of the planet where we saw Luke Skywalker in the sequels? Look very similar. No porgs, right? But we do have like those weird snotted looking creatures that they paid a lot of attention to. And they're very, very lovey-dovey. It's very family oriented, which I think is interesting because when you look at what's happening in this show, a lot of it has to do with feeling connected, feeling as being a part of something, and family, right? When we learned about the Coven of Witches, they were very family-centric there. And it was very interesting. And I think at the end of the day, that's what Osha is looking for. And I think also deep down inside, that's what May is looking for, right? So I did find it interesting that they were kind of showing that through these little creatures on that island, which I thought was very cute. Basil was still around. And I love that Basil was on the ship there with Saul and May. And I knew the minute he popped up, it was, he starts sniffing around. You knew he was going to find out that that's not Osha, that's May, right? It still boggles my mind that Saul doesn't know that that's not Osha right away. But then again, I guess if you really think about it, he's not trying to understand if that's her or not. He's just there, right? So he's too busy wondering about everything else. But it does kind of show you how flawed Saul is. what was very interesting and something that I kind of noticed watching this episode is that Saul was acting more unhinged, more of like what you would expect from a Sith. Very emotional, very confused, and very much at a conflict within himself. All the things that Jedi are not supposed to be. And I thought it was very interesting to see that. While on the other side, you see Chimere or Kimir being more like a Jedi, calm, cool, collective, trying to get in with you through touch, you know, and being very much of a teacher, more so than what we're seeing on the other side. So I thought, I wrote that down as, I thought that was very, very interesting. But Saul is very much a flawed Jedi, I think, in my opinion. Plus, his acting during that one moment, the face acting as he's trying to put things all together in his head, brilliant acting. A lot of great performances in this particular episode that I really liked. The planet is very similar to Baldemic. Remind me again what Baldemic is? I don't think I'm familiar with that planet, but I do want to learn more about why you think that is. The big thing that I think everyone's talking about right now is Chimere and his nudity in this movie, in this episode. Sexy Star Wars. We are finally getting some sexy Star Wars, and I think that was very interesting. It's a nice little play on what we saw with Kylo Ren in the sequels. You know, a lot of skin being shown, and in this particular case, full on nudity. I mean, we didn't see it on screen, but we know it's there. So I thought it was kind of interesting how free he felt, but also how trusting he was of Osha, because, you know, he's trying to make her feel comfortable. Well, the minute she touched his lightsaber, doesn't really like bark at it. Just be like, how does it feel holding one after so long? By the way, your stance is a little off. You know, your elbow needs to be up on there. It's funny how he's really becoming a teacher so fast. Or maybe he's just always like that. I also like that when he finally put clothes on, it looked more similar to Jedi robes than what a Sith usually wears, right? So in a way that's kind of done for comfort purposes, not just for himself, but maybe in appearance for Osha to kind of make her feel a little bit more trusting. So I did like how it seemed very much like that. He also knows a lot about the Jedi rules and how they're taught and their training. And it made sense the minute he said that he was a Jedi a very, very long time ago. No time specifically, but I did like that. And this means that this guy has probably been around for a while, hence why a lot of comparisons and speculation that he may be Plagueis, maybe not, maybe someone who works with Plagueis, anything like that. There's also speculation, I think, that he might be one of the members of the Knights of Ren, which also would make a little bit of sense because the Knights of Ren broke themselves off of the Sith, right? Sith community, and they are their own group, right? So that would also make sense if that was the case. And that would be like a nice tie into the whole Kylo Ren thing way into the future. So it will be interesting if they kind of mention that too later on. Yeah, I loved Chimere's mannerisms. Very slick, very cool, calm and collective, very open to listening to Osha, but in a way also, you know, using his way of like convincing her about, you know, expanding your mind and kind of whatchamacallit, looking at the Force in a different way. You know, the one thing I loved that he said was, the Jedi Order teaches you about the Force one way, but there's another way to hone in on the Force, and that's by using your emotion, right? So it's not saying so much about, like Yoda says, like, oh, you know, anger leads to hate, hate leads to blah, 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 this and that, and that leads you to the dark side. He said it's just another option into tapping into the Force, and that's by using your emotion. I really love that. It just puts things in another perspective, and you could see Osha is kind of like, you know, he's making some good points there. Phycon saying planet is where Plagueis and Tenebris mine cortosis. Oh, okay. Baldemic is from the Plagueis novel, I think, and it explained the planet in a very rocky, surrounded by water, which is very like planet they call unknown. And then you can see the big cortosis vein, right, where he's kind of mending or welding the helmet back together. That makes a lot of sense. So you're right. If that's true, then that would make complete sense because you not only did we, when I say we, the general audience who's watching the show finally got a definition as to what cortosis was and why he was able to do what he was able to do with that big Jedi fight. I was lucky enough that everyone watching my stream on that day for that episode told me what cortosis is and all that. And I love that they're cherry picking things from Legends, which for the longest time, Kathleen Kennedy said they weren't going to do. But I love how now they're open to it, right? So they're including things from here, things from there, all that stuff. And I think it's a smart thing to do, honestly. I did write down, it was fun for a bit to see the Star Wars comedy, with May and the droid that she's putting back together. And of course, Basil and, the big, oil in the face and all that. And I was like, all right, this is Star Wars comedy, blah, blah, blah. I loved it when Osha said that she, when she was being pressed as to, well, why didn't you become a Jedi? She's because I failed. And I think it's because when you think about it, and pretty much what I alluded to before, Osha is too focused on family and connections and all that, which is something that as a Jedi you're supposed to let go of. It looks like she was never able to let go of that, right? Or she's still struggling to let go of that. So that could be one of the reasons why she failed, and could be a perfect reason why she may end up becoming closer to the dark side. And of course, in relation to that conversation, that's when Kamir said, loss is the moment where you are free. And that is kind of like when you hone in on your emotional side with that side of the Force. Olega, he mentioned Olega. Can someone, maybe Phycon, what could that be referencing to? I put a huge question mark on that. I wasn't sure what that was. Let's see. Oh, I loved another bit of Star Wars comedy and kind of pacing that I thought was hilarious was every time Saul was very close to finally revealing his confession to May, with May kind of pressing here and there, something interrupted it, right? So like, the comms interrupted him, or something on the ship interrupted with the power going out. So I thought that was kind of funny. When Kamir mentioned that the one thing he's looking to achieve is the power of 2, that's his main goal. So again, very much related to the Sith way, the power of 2 and all that. The cortosis explanation I mentioned already. The question about when Osha asked him if he fought his master, and he didn't really have an answer to that, which is something that we were alluding to before Phycon, with maybe Venestra had something to do with that, because it looks very much like a whip mark. And we all know, because it was revealed for the first time, and I put this in big, with a big exclamation point. I don't know if you could see it, lightsaber whip. I was really happy to finally see the lightsaber whip. So that was cool. Also, Venestra very much had like an Aragorn moment. A Strider moment where she was there and she could kind of just look at everything and put the pieces together. So like, oh, there was a fight here, they moved here, blah, blah, blah. But I think because maybe there is a potential that she knows who Kamir is, or Kamir, that maybe she recognizes the fight, the battle, and the way he fights and all that. So maybe that could be one of the reasons why she was able to kind of understand what happened there on that planet where all the Jedi did. And poor Jackie, we see her on the floor lying there dead, which was like unfortunate. Let's see. Yeah, the ending. The ending of the episode was very telling. Very, very telling. And that's when Osha had a moment with the mask. And it was very interesting when Khmer was explaining the things the mask was very useful for. Not only is it made out of cortosis and it can help like block the saber energy and all that, but it also blocks people from reading his mind. And it's a great way to experience the Force by just being by yourself with the Force in silence. So it was very interesting when she put the mask on because she's very curious. You could see that there's a lot of curiosity going on here. And she put the mask on. And it felt like the first time we saw Vader put his mask on, right? In, what was that? Revenge of the Sith, right? Very similar to that. The breathing is very similar, very Darth Vader-like. But it's also, we get to see that there's no eye holes in that. It's very tiny slits. So when he was fighting, or when he's going about doing what he's doing, he's utilizing the Force primarily in detecting where his senses should be, what to pay attention to, and all that. Very fascinating stuff. But the main important thing was that this is the first time that Osha had a moment to herself with just her and the Force in this whole darkness. And you just hear the breathing, and this could be, is that moment where maybe Osha could be leaning more towards the dark side and allowing herself to experience the dark side for the very first time. I don't know, but I love that ending. That was such an eerie, creepy ending. No music being played whatsoever, just her and her breathing in that complete darkness. I thought that was very, very cool. So thanks to my notes right there, I was very pleased with this episode. Very, very cool episode. I had a lot of fun with that. I think Venestra knows that Khmer was there and killed everyone. Yeah. Like I said, like, it's very interesting to see how she was reacting when she was there. And it was also very interesting to see, like, the other guy that she was with, which was like, oh, so Saul had everything to do with this, right? So I do feel like Saul's going to take a major blame for everything that's happening. And like I said before, Saul is acting very not like a Jedi should be acting. Yes, he finally recognized that May is there on the ship with him, stunned her, chained her up, which is, we've never seen a Jedi do that, right? Take someone captive and prisoner. So I find it fascinating that he's not acting like a Jedi acts. He's acting very much like someone who is leaning more towards the dark side, how he's acting. Someone very irrational. And I do feel like if somehow Qui-Gon, or we got to see more of Qui-Gon, and he didn't die in Phantom Menace, he very much acts like Qui-Gon. And I feel like Qui-Gon would have acted in the same ways here. We didn't see Qui-Gon as emotional, but I do feel like he could have gone that route, honestly, in my opinion. So it's just very interesting to see the dynamics, the differences, and how, because of Saul's mannerisms and how he's acting, May feels almost uncomfortable with him. But on the opposite side, Khmer is being very welcoming, very friendly, trying to teach and enlighten someone, which of course is very much a Sith thing to do. But you see that Osha looks a little bit more comfortable with this guy than she has ever been with Saul. So I don't know. I don't know if that's going to end up being anything, but I find all of that to be extremely fascinating. So yeah. I think it's a bit weird that he just leaves. There is that himself is also looking for Khmer. You mean Saul? I think Saul knows who Khmer is too. He's just keeping that secret. I think at this point, what everyone is waiting for, everyone is waiting for Saul to finally tell us, all right, man, what happened? What do you know that we don't know? What are you hiding? Right? Now, I don't know necessarily if we're going to get that in this next episode next week, or if that could be like a final episode thing. I don't know. But I do feel like, because we only have 2 episodes left, right? By the end of the season, we're going to finally find out what happened on that planet with the Coven. Who is responsible for it, right? And I think we're going to find out in a very cliffhanger way what side May and Osha are going to end up being on. I think it's going to be one of those weird, like crazy cliffhanger moments. How old is Saul? That's a good question. Let's take a look. How old is Saul Star Wars? Let's see here. I'm on good old Wikipedia. Let's see. I don't think it tells you exactly how old he is. Yeah, it doesn't say. I have a feeling the internet is learning about him as we go forward with this series, so I don't know. So yeah, so that's a good question. I don't know how old Saul is or how far back he goes, but I guess maybe if you read the High Republic books, which I didn't, you know, we know Venestra was introduced in the High Republic books. She was a young kid, maybe a teenager when she was introduced in the books. So however old Venestra is, I guess kind of is a good way to gauge that, I guess. I don't know. I could be wrong, but yeah. But this episode was strong. I thought it was a very powerful episode, and I really, really liked it. So if I were to give it a letterbox rating, I'll give it a 4 out of 5 stars. That's how good I thought it was. But I know there's a lot of people who are not liking this show. But, you know, hey, it's not for everybody. I think Kamir was still in the Jedi Order when Saul was young, and that is why he recognized Kamir when they fought. That could be a possibility. Yeah, that could be. You know. But again, it all depends on what does Kamir mean when he said long time ago, like long time ago. You know, because if, you know, maybe he was still, I don't know if he was a Padawan, but maybe he was like a Jedi Knight at one point with the Jedi Order. And maybe he was there when Saul first started. Maybe I could see that. Because I don't think Saul is the same age as Kamir. Because Kamir might have the ability to slow down his aging, you know, because of the dark side and things that he may have learned from Plagueis. If he's not Plagueis himself, right? So it's kind of hard to say that. So I guess we shall see. But Faikon, how are you liking the series so far? It sounds to me like you're enjoying it, right? I think Kamir means by along like 100 years because I have seen theories that the water he bathes in makes him able to live. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Okay. I mean, the water did look very replenishing, right? Because wasn't he all like kind of battered up a bit? And then when he swam in it, it looked like he came out kind of almost pristine. So I could see that. I'm enjoying it too, honestly. I'm enjoying the series. I mean, I'm not liking everything, and I do have my criticisms, and I'm not afraid to talk about them. But I think overall, I find it entertaining. I do. You know, it's in a way, it's very different. You know, and I like that they're testing things out. They're not afraid to push certain boundaries, subverting expectations. I love. Look, they went ballsy with this series. They did a Game of Thrones thing where everyone that we thought we'd be following is no longer in the picture. You know, I love how they put so much emphasis on Carrie-Anne Moss's character, on Jackie, on Yord. I love how they were like the main poster childs or poster people of the show, and they're gone. I love that they took that risk, and you know, it's ballsy. It's different. We haven't seen Star Wars do that kind of stuff, and I don't mind it at all. Yeah, I would say that probably the most criticism the show gets is because of that. The forming of the Force children of Osha and May. And I can see that. I can see why that would be troublesome for a lot of people. I think the way I look at it, and again, we don't know yet, there's still more explanations to do. I think it would be very interesting to find out that this was a test, right? A way to see if this was possible. And then eventually, that is how Anakin came about, right? This was like kind of a test of how that could work. And, you know, maybe it's not going to work out. I still believe that by the end of this series, whether it's season 2, 3, or whatever, May and Osha won't be with us anymore. I think they're going to find themselves at unfortunate demise. What's going on, Kevin Davis? Always appreciate you here. How are you doing? I hope you're enjoying your day. Acolyte is overshadowing Prime Video, The Boys, and House of the Dragon. Yeah, I saw recently that there was an article saying that, what is it? The combined watch time so far is the best Star Wars series next to Obi-Wan. Is that right? If I remember correctly. So I do find that interesting. But I think, honestly, I also think a lot of people hate watching it too. So that could be attributing to that. And the High Council not feeling the Force when Khmer murdered everyone. Yeah, but I think also to that point, we've seen that happen, especially in the prequels, right? Where the whole Jedi Council was not aware that there was a potential problem with the Sith lurking around, right? So I feel like, you know, I could kind of at least give them a pass on that for that particular reason. But I just said it here. I wrote it down in my notes. Why does Saul not know that that's not Osha? You know, it kills me. And I don't care if you're not focusing or something. You should sense something. You know? But, you know, storytelling. You kind of have to do and allow for some leeway here and there. I get it, you know? I agree, Kevin. I think they already did. I think, and again, I could be wrong, but I think I remember reading that they did renew Acolyte for season 2 already. So, now, like I said, I appreciate Leslie for what she's been doing, what she's been trying to do. Hey, she made me very happy when she said she would love to do a Knights of the Old Republic type of storyline or series. Because I think as a fan base, we've all been waiting for that. We've all been wanting that. I think we've had enough with the whole Skywalker crap. You know, give us something that we want, right? And I think she understands that. So I appreciate that. Not everything she's doing is great, but I do appreciate the way she's looking at things. So, do I think Kathleen Kennedy will ever step down as president of Lucasfilm? No. I don't think so. Unless she finds another opportunity elsewhere, I don't think she's going to. Because honestly, I feel like she is very well respected over there. And I think she works really well within the politics of Disney and Lucasfilm. You know, so I don't think she will ever step down. She's been with that company way too long. You know, unless she retires. You know, and the thing is, like, my problem is has never been with Kathleen Kennedy. Never. You know. I mean, I agree. I agree with what most people say. I don't think she is fully in touch with what the fans like or what they want. But at the same time, she also understands business. So give and take, right? I think she's learning, though. I think she's slowly learning from the mistakes. She needs someone to help. So I do like the fact that she has Filoni controlling more of the creative side of things. And I think she works better with Iger versus Chapek. I mean, that's just how I look at it. Qui-Gon, he's blinded by the Force. I have heard Jackie died and many Jedi, which makes me think that all his emotions got in the way of him feeling that May is not ocean. I could understand that too. Yeah. Like he's so focused on everything that's happening, and everything has happened all at once too. I could understand as someone as emotional as Saul is, which again is not very Jedi-like, that he could be overwhelmed. But we've seen him get so emotional even before when he rescued May. I mean, when he rescued Osha for the first time. Even that moment, that interaction, you know, when they hugged when she was a kid, that's not a very Jedi thing. But at the end of the day, I also didn't hate it, you know, because it's changing our point of view of Jedi, Sith, and it's testing us as an audience as to how these people can be very flawed, but yet they don't carry themselves in that way. You know, they're like the elite, you know, and we've seen how flawed they were in the prequels. And I think we're seeing the start of that here. And I also love it when they force you as an audience to look at a different point of view. And I think that's what we're getting with like Khmer and the dark side. So I do appreciate that. I really do. Also, a quick reminder for everyone. Please hit that like button. I would greatly, greatly appreciate if you do that. It is July 4th, y'all. We're celebrating our Independence Day. Thank you. I crack up every time it just cuts like that. I don't know. It's just too funny. Kevin Davis, do you think we're going to get The Mandalorian Season 4 before The Mandalorian Grew movie? Who do you think is going to replace Ray Stevenson in Ahsoka? So to your first question, I think Season 4 is going to be Mandalorian and Grogu, the movie. I think that is our Season 4, honestly. This is just how I'm feeling. I think that will be our Season 4. I don't think we're going to get another season before that. If anything, we may get Season 2 of Ahsoka before that. But we'll see. As far as who will replace Ray Stevenson, I don't know. I don't know. It's still a shame that we lost him. You know, he was such a great actor, great character actor. I don't know who's going to... I know I saw somewhere fans were saying that they saw someone that could be a good replacement, but I don't know. I don't know. What do you think, Kevin? Do you have an idea? In Sweden, it's July 5th, I should say. I didn't know you were in Sweden. That's awesome. I don't know if you had a chance to see, I did a nice little Midsommar stream the other day, celebrating Midsommar. The Day and the Movie by Ari Aster, which I love. So I've never been to Sweden, but I've always wanted to visit. And thank you for hanging out here too. I'm curious how you found the stream. Also, I hear the fireworks happening outside. Unfortunately, for some weird, bizarre reason. Oh, I know why. Duh. Okay. So, for some reason, my window camera was not working, but I think I figured out why that is. So give me one moment, and then maybe I can show you a view of the fireworks happening outside my window if it's not too dark. So give me 1 second as I pull this up. Kevin, would love to hear who you think might be a good chance for replacing Ray Stevenson. And what do you think about Season 4 of Mandalorian? Let me know. Also, what are your thoughts on Kathleen Kennedy? I think that should work. Yes. Okay. Icon, I searched for Acolyte Talk and you were the first one that came up. Oh, that's really nice of you to say. Thank you so much. I'm happy you found the stream. I'm happy you're enjoying it. I'm happy you enjoy the conversation. That's the most important thing. So I really, 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 truly appreciate it. All right, let's see what's happening outside my window right now. Wait for it to refresh. All right, here we go. Can you see? Oh, yeah, there's some fireworks happening in the background. I don't know if you could see it on the vertical stream. Unfortunately, it's a very overcast day. But you could see some in the horizon. Also, the big major Macy's fireworks show is on the Hudson River, which is not here. So my view is of the East River. The Hudson is more on the west side. So unfortunately, I don't have a view of the typical Macy's fireworks show that usually happens in New York every July 4th. So yeah, it's early in the morning for you over there in Sweden. Maybe I'm keeping you awake. Yeah, so not really a great view, unfortunately. And like I said, it is also unfortunately overcast and cloudy today, so won't be able to see much of the fireworks happening outside. But it is what it is. Oh, you got a break. Awesome. That's cool. Again, I really appreciate the conversation. I appreciate everyone hanging out. I normally don't stream this late at night. I just decided to do so because it's a holiday today. I usually stream in the afternoons, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays around noontime, Eastern Standard Time. That's when I stream. So I guess for you, Ficon, that would be your early evening, I guess. If I believe it's like a 6-hour difference for you over there. But yeah, every Wednesday I talk about the Acolytes. So if that's something you're interested in checking out every week, come on by. Mondays, I always talk about weekend box office. And now that the House of Dragon is on, I talk about that episode on Mondays. And Fridays are usually the big movie review days where I talk about the latest movie release that came out that week. So in a little bit later on, I'm going to be talking about MaXXXine, the movie MaXXXine, the new movie that came out this week here. Which is part of the Ti West trilogy of Pearl and X. So I'll be talking about that next week. I already saw Longlegs, so I'm going to be working on a review for the channel for Longlegs coming out soon. So I should hopefully be releasing that over the weekend. But yeah, we'll see what happens when we talk about things next week. I'm glad you like talking Star Wars because I do too. I also had no idea. I've been streaming now for almost 3 hours. Crazy how time flies when you're having a good time. Am I right? I do. Hold on. I think I need to get more drink in me. I'm very parched. Doing all this talking obviously makes you very parched. So I may take a quick break before we get into our next topic. But I'll let you know when it happens. So yeah, so let me know what else you guys want to talk about, Star Wars related, Acolyte related. You know, like I said, I've been enjoying the show so far. I think there are a lot of things good that's happening. And, you know, of course, there's some things that are questionable, but I don't know. I think the most perfect Star Wars show that we got was Andor. That's just me. But that's also my style of storytelling. I love that style. So I think this is probably way up there so far. You know, with like Mandalorian's seasons 1 and 2, Andor, this, for me, those are so far the best Star Wars shows that we've gotten on Disney Plus. And for everything else, there's little bits of things here and there that I liked, but I didn't really enjoy everything all the way. Like Mandalorian Season 3. I really liked the whole Bo-Katan storyline. Love it. But there are other things about that season that really threw me off. You know, all the cameos. And it just didn't feel like a season of Mandalorian. It felt like they were going somewhere else. Obi-Wan was okay at parts and then not so much so in others. What else did we get? Book of Boba Fett. Oh, what a big disappointment that was. Again, bits of it I liked, but overall, major league disappointment. What other shows did we get? Is that all? I'm curious about Skeleton Crew, to be honest. Skeleton Crew, I think, is coming out. When is that? Closer to the fall, I think. So I'm very curious as to what might be happening for that series. Oh. Jude Law's in that, so that's going to be fun. You know, they keep saying it's the Goonies of Star Wars, so let's see. It could be a very young adult, kid-oriented type of show, which could be good or not. We won't know until we see it, right? All right, everyone, I am going to take a quick break, bathroom break. So enjoy the view outside my window. If you want to stick around, awesome. If not, I hope I can catch you again another time. You know, for those of you who are still sticking around, or for those of you who are around for now, like I said, FICON, I really appreciate the conversation and all that. So I will be back in like around 2 minutes, 2 or 3 minutes. I also need to refill myself as my beverages because I am very parched. But enjoy the view from my window and I will return. FICON, you're going to go to bed. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you again for tuning in. It was great having the conversation with you. And hopefully we'll do this again next time. All right, y'all. I'll be back.
Wow. Wow, 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 wow.
Yeah!
Happy July 4th, everybody. Dun, dun. What's up, everybody? I'm sorry that my view from my window is boring. Normally, you would see a lot of fireworks on a day like today from my view. But like I said before, unfortunately, Macy's decided to do their fireworks show on the Hudson River, which is west from here. My view is on the East River, where they've been doing all the fireworks for at least the last 10 years. So we don't get to see the grand spectacle. Plus, it doesn't help that it's a little bit cloudy and overcast today, so it would be kind of hard to see it regardless. So my view is extremely boring, and I do apologize for that. But I am back for the second half of this stream. If you missed out on the first half, we talked about a lot of different things. Had nice conversations with a lot of parts of the community, people who are just tuning in and checking the stream out. Really always happy and grateful for those conversations. We also talked a lot about Star Wars and the latest episode of Star Wars The Acolyte. So if that is something that you're interested in hearing me talk about and hearing my thoughts on the last episode, and if you're watching on demand or if you're here live, you could, go back, rewind, watch out, see what we've been talking about, and maybe you'll be interested in hearing that type of conversation. But for right now that I'm back, I've been waiting for this, and I can't wait to talk about MaXXXine. But before I talk about MaXXXine, the movie itself, let's talk about the journey and how we got here, right? So this past week, I had a chance to, not only rewatch X, but I also had a chance to watch Pearl for the very first time. And it was such an interesting experience for me because, when I first saw X, when it first came out, I was like, oh, this is a very interesting premise for a horror movie, right? A little kind of thriller type movie. And it had a little bit of everything. And it was a very typical A24 fare, which I love. Very, very similar to stuff that I'm familiar with when A24 does their stuff. I'm not familiar with Ti West at all. But I love the kind of interesting ensemble that he had there with Kid Cudi, Jenna Ortega before she blew up to this big, big name, thanks to Wednesday and thanks to her roles in Scream. And now obviously she's going to be in Beetlejuice and all that. But other than that, everyone else in the movie is just people that I'm not really familiar with, right? So very, very cool stuff. Then they did Pearl. He decided to go and do a prequel, which I didn't get a chance to see when that first came out. So I saw it for the first time this week. So what I decided to do, leading to my screening of MaXXXine last night, I decided to watch the movies in chronological order. So I first watched Pearl, then I rewatched X, and then last night I had a chance to watch MaXXXine. So I was very excited for my journey of the whole MaXXXine trilogy, right? So first, let me talk about Pearl, given that this was my first time watching this movie. I still don't get it, and I'll never understand why Mia Goth was never considered for any kind of acting nomination for her role in Pearl. Mia Goth performed her ass off in this movie, and it all culminated into that one scene towards the end where she gave that very, very emotional monologue. And if you ever question as to how good of an actress she is, just watch that one particular moment there in Pearl. And it was by far some of the best acting I've seen in recent years. What's going on, Con Bros? Nice of you to chime in during the vertical stream there. Really appreciate you saying what's up. I hope you're having a good day. We're here talking about Pearl, X, and MaXXXine. So if that's something you're interested in, then stay tuned and listen to my thoughts on things. So yeah, so obviously Pearl, we go back in time. We're now in 1918, right? And Pearl is the old lady that we were introduced to in X, which was, I guess, kind of the follow-up to this movie. But, you know, obviously it was done opposite, right? The prequel was done after X and all that. And we see this old lady in a very younger part of her life. She's a farmer. She has very strict German parents. Her dad is disabled. And the mom is pretty much head of the household. And she's very strict, rules the house with an iron grip. And we see that this lady, this young girl, has aspirations to be a dancer and really wants to find a way out of the farm and do bigger and better things with her life. And she's very much in control of her mom. Then as the movie goes on, we get to see that there's obviously something off with her, where she has some violent tendencies. She has a way of getting a little bit angry in there. She is married, but her husband is off serving duty in war. I believe at this time it's the First World War, right? So she has a lot of anger within her because all she ever wanted to do was get out of her situation. She wants to do something more with her life. She wants to become she's an artist, so she wants to be a dancer. She wants to perform like they do in the big Hollywood pictures. Every time she has a chance to go into town, she likes to escape and watch a film. And that's her big thing, even though her mom tells her not to do that stuff. The mom is very worried about people knowing that she's German, because obviously, because of the war, all those things is just something that's frowned upon, and she could be a big target. So she's angry that she can't do that yet. She's angry that her husband is away at war, leaving her there all by herself. So she's pining for the days for him to come back, hopefully can rescue her, get her out of this situation. She befriends the projectionist at her local theater, who happens to be David Cornsweet, who is now our Superman in the James Gunn DC universe, which is interesting to see. I've never seen him act before, so I thought this was very interesting to get my first exposure of David Cornsweet in this particular movie. And this guy, he's kind of like he comes across as friendly, but he could also be very creepy too. And I feel like ever since he first met her, you could kind of get a sense that he's just trying to sleep with her, right? He's trying to get in her pants and all that. And he seduces her by, hey, anytime you want to watch a movie, come knock on my door. I can show you the movie in the projection where we project the movies. You can watch whatever you want, whenever you want. And one day she's having a bad day. She decides to go say hi to him. They hang out, and he seduces her by showing her a stag film. If you don't know what a stag film is, that's what they called porno back in the day, like in the early 1800s or whatever that time period is. And he says, like, I travel to Europe a lot. I love filmmaking, and I love making artsy film like this. And I think you can be a star. In fact, I think you could be a star in these type of movies too, and blah, blah, blah. And of course, she finds herself extremely attracted to him. But because of the fact that, one, she's getting attention, which is something that she pines for, and two, a ticket out of there. If he can promise her a way to get out of the farm, go to Europe, become a movie star or whatever, then she's going to definitely do that. But I love how it runs parallels with MaXXXine, who we get introduced to in X later on, in that same type of world where, oh, maybe it's enticing me to become a porn actress and this and that, and see how far I can go. So it's very, very interesting to see that whole dynamic. And we go through most of the movie without there being much gory, violent stuff until it all starts culminating at the end, where she's starting to get really fed up with her situation. She's getting very, extremely upset, and now she's just thinking, God, if only my parents were dead, I can find a way to escape and I won't feel as guilty. And what she has a tendency to do is that the closer she gets to someone, the more she tries to open up. unfortunately, this means that people are going to start seeing her dark side, right? So she opens up to David Cornsweet. He gets weirded out by it. And she can see it. She senses it, right? She says that she has this ability in her to sense when people are being truthful and who are lying to her and all those things. So, unfortunately, David Cornsweet becomes her first victim, right? Takes him out because she's not happy with his reaction and all that stuff. This now creates a domino effect where now she's not afraid to lash out, so to speak. And unfortunately, this means that she lashes out on her parents. Her mom gets severely burnt. She locks her up in the basement. The dad is already crippled, right? So he can't do much of anything. But she's also attending a live rehearsal, an audition for a touring act, where she could become a dancer, and it's another ticket out of the farm. And she was given that information from her stepsister, who's the sister of her husband, who's away at war. So they attend that thing, and she keeps saying to herself, she's like, I have to make this work. There's no other way that this is going to go down. Like, I have to get accepted, and that's it. I'm a star. I have potential. I can do big things. And of course, she's saying all this out loud, and, you know, the poor sister-in-law is like, well, what about me? You know, we're kind of in this together, la, la, la. She goes to her audition, which is this amazing kind of dreamlike sequence, right? Where she's performing her heart out. And she did a good job, but she gets turned down. She's like, you know, there's tons of people we've seen already like you. We're looking for something different, you know, an X factor. X. This is how all things are, you know, coming down. So obviously she's distraught. Mia Goth cries her heart out. It's the most disturbing crying that I've ever heard, ever. And it's like, you could tell she is in so much pain, right? Sister-in-law takes her home, sees that, you know, everything is, there's so much wrong right now, right? The kitchen is a mess. The dad is, unfortunately, not there because right before the audition, she decides to take her dad out too. And, you know, she's trying to pour her heart out, and then she pretends as if she's talking to her husband. And that's when we get the full-on monologue that she is very well known for and all this. Great performance, like I said. Sister gets really weirded out. And then, you know, Pearl says, I know you got the gig. Congratulations. And, you know, the sister-in-law didn't want to admit to it at first, but she said, you know, thank you, blah, 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 and that. But you could tell Pearl is not happy. And this is what starts her hatred towards short blonde girls, which she kind of mentions in X, right, when she has a conversation with her husband. So she ends up killing the sister. So she's already on this rampage where Cornsweet's gone, the parents are gone, now the sister-in-law is gone. And you could see she's full on nutso at this point. Husband finally returns from service, comes home, sees all this mess around him. The parents, the dead parents, are just hanging out at the dinner table. She's there cooking something or whatever. And the movie ends just basically with him wondering, what the hell did I just walk back to? And she's just super excited that he's home. And the closing credits of this, with her face just trying to smile, but also you could tell she's losing it. Brilliant. Just brilliant. And you could tell how nuts she is and how crazy she is. So that's our introduction to Pearl, right? And then, of course, this will lead to the stuff that happens in X. You know, porn crew, they're filming porn. This is the, late 70s. And they rent this part of a farm that is owned by Pearl and her husband. And, of course, we already know what happens in this movie if you're familiar with it. But MaXXXine is part of this crew who, very much like Pearl, thinks she's, you know, destined for bigger and better things. She always tells herself in the mirror that you're a rock star, you're gonna go far, you're amazing, blah, blah, and that. And, you know, we go through the adventures of this porn crew trying to film this porno. And Pearl obviously catches wind of it, reminds her of how she was when she was younger. She starts feeling sexy, this and that. And she sees herself very much in MaXXXine. And now we understand why, because they do have very similar personalities and desires of what they want to accomplish with their lives. Which, of course, leads to this crazy mess where Pearl just starts killing everybody. And, of course, the husband, you could see, got some of that crazy because of Pearl. And he pretty much helps Pearl wipe out all these kids that are staying at their place. And the one person that escapes is MaXXXine, right? She was able to escape everything while she's seeing everyone around her die. And she has that one interaction with Pearl while, you know, yeah, you're like me, we're very much the same, and this and that, blah, blah, blah. You know, the whole this is our secret. And she's like, you're weird, F you, all that stuff. And she ends up, you know, killing Pearl, taking Pearl out, running her over, smashing her head, and she escapes. And that was the last we were to see of MaXXXine at that point. Which now leads us to the movie MaXXXine. And that's MaXXXine with Triple X, right? So one thing I'll say off the bat is Ti West does a brilliant job in giving us something that is very reminiscent of the time period the movie takes place in. With X, it takes place in the late 70s, so it reminded me a lot of those horror slasher films that we saw from the late 70s. Your Texas Chainsaw Massacres, all those things, right? When we got Pearl, it reminded me of a lot of the Hollywood films that we got during that time. You know, the Technicolor films that we got. Your Wizard of Oz's, your Gone with the Winds, all those type of movies. Now this movie takes place, MaXXXine takes place in the early 80s. I think it was 83, 1983, 82 or 83, right? And this was obviously during the boom of the porno industry in California. Everything is VHS, big thing. So you had a lot of VHS rental stores. And also this is around the boom of satanic panic, when there was a lot of these new horror movies coming out of Hollywood that are becoming very popular with the young kids. And you have a ton of parents who are very much against that stuff, calling everything satanic. And, you know, they're picketing and people who are against that stuff. And you see a lot of people at, you know, in front of the studios picketing and just saying like, down with horror is porn, blah, this and that. And we learned that MaXXXine is still doing porno, but she is aspiring to do other things. So she auditions for a horror film and she finds herself, you know, trying to get herself into the horror movie business and see if she could get herself out of porno to become that big star that she becomes, right? So you have Mia Goth in this movie, who is still very brilliant and fantastic in this role. But you also have a lot of new people within this series that are already well-known and established actors, which is the first time that we've seen in this trilogy. And sometimes when they, I guess, sort of say when they cast big, that's usually a bad sign for a movie like this. A movie that's supposed to be very still independent and small. But yet we have Giancarlo Esposito, who plays her agent. Sophie Thatcher, for those of you who are watching Yellow Jackets, plays a makeup artist. Elizabeth Debicki, who is not only in the MCU, but is also known for her roles in The Crown as Princess Di, is the director of the film that, you know, MaXXXine is auditioning for. You have other people that Kevin freaking Bacon. Kevin Bacon is having a wonderful week with not only MaXXXine coming out, but also with Beverly Hills Cop Axel Foley. So Kevin Bacon is having such a big week, but he's in this movie playing a private detective. You have Michelle Monaghan, if you're familiar with who she is, playing a detective. You have Bobby Cannavale playing her partner. I mean, you have so many of these recognizable character actors in this film. Ned Vaughn is another one. Halsey, the famous singer, is also in this movie. So you know, it's always very worrisome when you get a big cast like this. And this could mean that the movie may end up being bad. And I know a lot of people out there who've seen the movie beforehand was saying that they didn't really like this movie, right? It lost a lot of charm. and all that. And I'll say this. Oh, Star-Lord's in the house. What's going on, Star-Lord? You made it! I made this a late stream for you, my friend. So I'm glad you were able to make it, at least, to hear me talk about MaXXXine, the movie MaXXXine that I got a chance to see last night. So, by the way, I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a good week. It's nice to finally catch you online here and all that. So I will say this. It's very difficult to follow up a movie and a performance that we saw in Pearl. Again, it baffles me that Mia was never considered for any acting nomination because her performance in that movie was great. And again, I get it. Genre films don't get really highly considered at the Oscars, blah, 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 this and that. Well, I think that should change. But with that being said, like I mentioned before, Ti West does an interesting thing where he makes the movie within this universe very similar to the movies that we've seen in the period that they take place. Again, we're in the early 80s, 83-ish in a way. So this has the tone and feel of your typical early 80s slasher and horror film. The same type of genre films that within the movie, you have people protesting, but it's also blowing up big time, right? So the one thing I truly, truly appreciated in this movie is that it felt like I was watching one of those campy horror slasher films from that time period. And I really liked it. Also, Lily Collins is in this movie too. Again, if you're familiar with her, you know who I'm talking about. Again, a big cast in this. So because of that, I really appreciate it. But I can also understand why it throws people off because we do get to see the kills happen a lot sooner here. Another reoccurring theme in this movie is that if you remember this time, not only is satanic panic a big thing, the horror genre is exploding. People are against that. The rise in video rentals. But also this was during a time when there was a lot of these serial killers on the loose, right? You had your Zodiac killer. You had the Night Stalker, not to be confused with the Knight Rider, Star-Lord. But you had the Night Stalker. And that plays a huge part in this whole film because there's a bunch of people, women in general, who are being taken out and they're attributing it to this serial killer, right? So because of that, that's lingering around. You know, obviously the kills that we see are happening way sooner in the movie compared to how the previous films are. In X, the big stuff doesn't happen until the third act. That's when people start catching it, really. In Pearl, pretty much the same situation. Star-Lord, happy July 4th to you too, my friend. All right. Yes, it is. I could hear the fireworks happening outside my window, but unfortunately you can't see much because it's overcast. And yeah, the Macy's fireworks aren't happening on my side of the city this time. So boo-hoo to that. And by the way, I am not on bathroom break anymore, so I am going to remove that. But anyway, so the kills happen earlier, which might throw some people off. But there's also this antagonist that is after MaXXXine. And what I'll say right now, without spoiling too much, is that the past or the events that happen in X is catching up to her, right? So in a way, of course, you're obviously rooting for MaXXXine to overcome all this stuff. Now, what I'll say, with everything I just said about the movie, I liked it. I appreciated it. You know, I thought the performances as a whole were well done, but a lot of the performances were also extremely campy. But I do feel that was very much on purpose. Again, genre film of the period. Every horror movie you saw in the early 80s, very much the same tone. The antagonist reveal was predictable, at least for me. As the movie was going on and as we were approaching the midpoint, I said to myself, I bet you X, Y, and Z. I said that to myself, and little by little, X, Y, and Z was revealed, and I knew right away. I was like, I knew it. I knew, one, who the antagonist was, and number two, the reason why all this was happening. And if you remember parts of X, very clearly, you can easily pinpoint and know what exactly is going to happen towards the end of this movie. I guess I benefited by rewatching a lot of these movies this week, so everything was very fresh still in my mind. But even because of that, I still enjoyed everything. Even though I found the big reveal to be predictable, the reasoning behind it all was predictable. And the ending itself, to be very plain and honest, was kind of dull and boring. I think it's because I knew all of that stuff that was happening or that was going to happen. And in a way, and I said this also in my Letterboxd rating, I did say that I feel the ending is not what you think it is because of certain things that happen in the movie. And I won't go into that conversation just yet. I'll make sure to do spoilers and I'll call it out. But the ending, I think, is kind of a facade of what truly did happen. And maybe we'll never know. And it could be just one of those endings that is left to your own interpretation. Because could they carry on this franchise if they wanted to? Sure. Let's go into the 90s this time. Let's see what happens with MaXXXine in the 90s. But at this point, what? She's going to be much older. So yeah, they could carry on this franchise until she becomes the same age of the old lady that we saw in X. That's fine. But honestly, I would hope that they would cut it here, because I don't think you can get any better than what we just got in this trilogy. So at the end of the day, I gave this a 4 out of 5 stars. The way I rated each movie is that X, I gave 4 stars. Pearl, I gave 5 stars. And MaXXXine, I will give 4 stars too. So I think overall, it's a very entertaining movie. I enjoyed it. And yeah, thanks for that comment. That's why you are getting banned right now. Awesome. Good job. So yeah, so that's why I personally enjoyed this movie. But I could understand why people have gripes with it, because maybe they were expecting more of a Pearl, which again, very hard to follow up something like that, especially with that type of performance. And I do feel like Mia Goth's performance, even though she's still extremely stunning and wonderful in this role, and she did a really good job here, we never got that great Mia Goth performance that I think many people were hoping for from Pearl. So again, I think it's just a hard task to follow up. But everyone's performance as a whole was just really well done. Starlight saying, I just saw a trailer for a movie called Afraid. Oh, that's the John Cho movie, right? I think that's the movie he's doing. I'm so behind on trailers. And it's funny too. Some of the movies I've been watching recently in the theaters, they are not showing trailers before it. So I don't know what's happening with my theater particularly, but in a way I kind of like it. But at the same time, I'm just like, I miss watching trailers. So I am so backed up on trailers that I think I'm going to just do a video and just sit down and watch all of these trailers and react to them. So I'm hopefully going to be working on that along with my review of Long Legs, which is going to get its own dedicated video. But the people who created Megan, I think they're doing 2 movies, which are somewhat spin-offs of Megan. There's an AI movie coming out later this year, and then there is another one that is based off of, I guess, the sex doll premise. So it's an adult version of Megan, like that. Hey, it's Blumhouse. If your budget's going to be, what, 10 million for every film, why not? See what sticks and then see what happens out there. Yeah, he was Harold in Harold and Kumar. Yeah. He was also one of the young MILF guys from American Pie. You know, MILF, 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 especially when it comes to Stifler's mom. It's funny how John Cho is now like a big horror movie guy, and the actor who's Kumar is very much in politics now, which is it's funny how certain careers go certain places, you know. And I bet you when he started doing politics, and he started hanging around the White House, I'm pretty sure he got he got teased so much about Harold and Kumar, I bet. Because the thing is, it's like, it's when I first saw him do an interview, like a serious political interview, I was like, I can't see this guy seriously. All I think about is him getting stoned and looking for White Castle. So it is, I find it extremely funny how certain careers, how they can go different directions, you know. Sarah, what movies have you been binging this week? I'm curious. Let me know some of the movies you've been watching. Because I know the last time I had a chance to talk to you, you were doing a lot of that before, right? Oh, both of them aged really well. It's amazing. It's amazing what getting out of Hollywood can do. Because I'm pretty sure if he remained, if and I'm talking about the politics guy. What's the actor's name? I forgot his name, his real life name. But I could only imagine what would have happened if he stayed in Hollywood. Sorry, I was just checking my phone, making sure nothing's exploding outside. Uh oh, you moved. Oh, okay. Within the same house? I hope it wasn't too much of a nuisance. Moving in general is just a pain in the butt. Also, I'll say this for tomorrow's stream. Excuse me. I had a lot of. For those of you who are tuning in just now, first of all, hit that like button. Don't forget. Would really greatly appreciate it. You'll be doing America a huge service for hitting that like button on any of the live streams. So make sure you do that. Because, again, we are celebrating the birth of America and its independence. And also, we're celebrating this fine movie called Independence Day. But for tomorrow's stream at noon, I will be talking about the new Beverly Hills Cop movie, but I will not be rewatching the previous three movies. I've watched the first one so many times, I don't feel like I need to. The second one, I barely remember it, but I don't think it's going to matter. Third one sucks. I can't see myself watching that movie ever again. But I will be talking about that, and I will be doing my my July movie report card and talking about the first half of the year, the movies that have come out, and what have been some of my favorites so far. So if you're interested in seeing my favorite rankings and all that of the movies of 2024, come on over tomorrow around 12 noon EST, baby. Still getting used to the new room. Chair sucks. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Is it just not comfortable? Is it just an old chair? Because I know how that could be a pain in the ass. No pun intended. All right. While I wait for other things to come on in, let's quickly talk spoilers for good old MaXXXine. So you've been warned. If you don't want to be spoiled on MaXXXine, definitely veer away from this moment, because I will be talking about two main things: the ending of the movie and the big reveal. Because I think those are the big things to talk about really here. And if for any of you watching, if you have any questions on the movie, feel free to shoot them over now. You're free to talk spoiler stuff when it comes to MaXXXine right now. You have been warned. Here we go. Let's do it.
Wow.
All right. So throughout the movie, like I mentioned before, they are playing very heavily on this Night Stalker individual, the serial killer that's killing a lot of young women. And what's happening is that within MaXXXine's world of porn and Hollywood, as she is slowly working her way into getting accepted for this audition for a horror movie that they're working on, who is being directed by Elizabeth Debicki, her character, not her herself. Her friends, acquaintances are getting kind of invited to a nice party in the hills, in the Hollywood Hills and all. And unfortunately, that leads to their untimely demise. And we see this happening through kind of like the video camera lens of what's happening to Halsey when she was asked to go join this party. And it leads to them finding their deceased bodies the next day, usually branded with the satanic symbol on them. So obviously it looks like a lot of these people who are doing bad things are the target, especially women mainly, right? So the one thing that I will say that kind of threw me off is that, you know, you have MaXXXine who got the audition and she's going to be starring in her very first horror film. And the lead actress of that film was unfortunately also invited to the hills. But because of that, and she also got an invite too, right? MaXXXine takes it upon herself to almost play vigilante, which is kind of something that we didn't see before and probably never saw this coming. And she decides to take it upon herself to go to whatever the address this is and to hunt this guy down, right? Following her is these bumbling kind of, you know, detectives played by Bobby Cannavale and Michelle Monaghan. And so you know that they're going to play a role in all this. By the way, everyone, Star-Lord's ass feels like a Linkin Park cover song, which I'm assuming you mean it's quite flat.
Yeah!
I think. But when MaXXXine finally confronts this killer, all you have to do is remind yourself what were some of the things that were hinted on in X, especially when it comes to MaXXXine's history, right? We were hinted on it when Kevin Bacon was trying to track her down, because Kevin Bacon is playing a character, John Labatt, or Labatt, who is a detective hired from said guy. And he's mentioning about her past, her history, the stuff that happened in that farmhouse in Texas, right? But even stuff even before that, which, by the way, since this guy wouldn't leave her alone, she asked her agent, Giancarlo Esposito, to help her out, and they basically kill him, which is crazy, right? It's insane. So it's funny how, in a way, MaXXXine is being responsible for killing some people, but not directly, so to speak, right? Not very much like Pearl, who is like her alternate counterpart, who does everything herself, But she's now confronting this guy, and he reveals himself, and lo and behold, if you guessed it right, you win a prize. It's her dad. And how did I know that? Because I remembered what was on the TV in X. Who was that preacher? Constantly preaching. We saw it at the end of X, the movie. My daughter, blah, blah, blah. And it's a young MaXXXine. So I knew that you had this guy who is sending a message to everything happening in Hollywood. The porn industry, the strippers, the horror movie industry, that we're against all this satanic, demonic stuff happening, this messaging, and we're going to cleanse everyone. And who's going to be the big voice of all that? My own daughter, who fell into this trap, MaXXXine. Right? And it was such a very typical trope of like the horror genre from the early 80s and all that. She's tied up. All of a sudden, you just see all of his followers around this weird pool in a tree. And he's going to try to do a live taped exorcism. Crazy stuff. And then the cops show up and it's like, oh, everyone freeze, blah, blah, blah. And then there's a major shootout happening. All the people from the congregation are getting killed and shot. The father is like running away up towards the Hollywood sign. And, you know, Mia Goth, MaXXXine herself, frees herself. Poor Bobby Cannavale gets shot and he dies. And then she's like trying to chase down. And then poor freaking Michelle Monaghan gets stabbed in the eye with a crucifix, falls over to the side, but shoots the father. The father is bleeding on the ground. MaXXXine confronts her dad. Helicopter above her. Put the weapon down, MaXXXine, blah, blah, blah. How do they know it's her? I don't know. They know. And she's having one final confrontation with her dad. And they say on the loudspeaker, this is your last warning, MaXXXine. Put the gun down. And she looks at her dad and she's like, Dad, say it with me. And they say that mantra, you know, it's like, I'm supposed to be the person I'm going to be and blah, 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 this and that. And shoots him in the head. Head explodes. Bang. Cut. Fast forward. We are now at a sound stage. Or I should say, we are in a dressing room. There's MaXXXine fixing herself up. You're wanted on set, MaXXXine. Okay. She's going. There's Elizabeth Debicki. There's everyone. First, we'd like to say, have a moment of silence for our lead actress who was killed. That was played by the great Lily Collins. And MaXXXine is now the big star of her movie. And, you know, they are prepping this prosthetic head of MaXXXine on a bed, looking up, right? And they're all looking at it, and they have a conversation. It's like, hey, MaXXXine, so you've done it. You're now star of a horror film, blah, blah, blah. You've overcame so much stuff. Where do you go from here? And all she says really is that, I want to go as far as I can go. And the movie ends focused on this head on the bed, looking straight up. Mind you, the head is like a severed head. And then we zoom out outside of the soundstage into a very dreamy like Hollywood, right? As the credits are rolling. And even the Hollywood sign was replaced with the name MaXXXine, right? As we keep going higher and higher into space. At one point, we even see a shooting star. Again, very reminiscent to what we saw in X or Pearl. I forget which one. I think it was Pearl. So my interpretation of all that, you could look at it two ways. Yes, MaXXXine finally made it, right? She is now a big horror film star, or going to be. She was already a well-known porn actress. Her status symbol is increasing. And sky's the limit, which is a good way to kind of look at how this ending was, right? Sky's the limit. But here's the way I interpret it. Very different. I think they killed her. The minute she didn't put her gun down and she shot her dad in the head, they took her down from the helicopter. And the head on the bed is a symbol of that. It's a symbol of her looking up. Because where is the helicopter? Up. And that's why everything is a dreamlike state. Because this is their afterlife. This is her after memories. This is her imagining things as she's already passed away. And everything that we see at that end during the ending credits is all fake and not real. And that's how I look at this. That's how I see this movie going. That's how I feel like it ended. And if we don't get another MaXXXine movie, perfectly fine. You know, I think it should end like that. But if I'm not interpreting correctly and it's really, truly her way, sky's the limit, then like I said, I wouldn't mind seeing MaXXXine in the 90s. Let's see what happens there. You know? But that's about it. So that is my overall thoughts on MaXXXine. Obviously, I'm very curious as to what all of you are going to think about it if you're planning on watching the movie. And let me know. Let me know what you think about it. Today, we celebrate and celebrate our Independence Day. As Star-Lord goes and gets some coffee. I know it's a typo, but it's kind of funny when you say it. So there you go. Star-Lord, have you seen X or Pearl before? Are those the kind of movies that you like seeing? I'm just curious. Let me know. And is MaXXXine something you're looking forward to watching one day when you have a chance? Tiny Gucci's back. What's going on, Tiny Gucci? In the vertical stream, how's Pokemon treating you? Are you still in school? Star-Lord, I wore a pearl while on X. Just one pearl? You caught a shiny iron variant. Or is it Valiant? It was a pearl tooth. With your pearly whites. Again, a reminder, make sure you hit that like button. If you're watching live, if you're new to the stream, would greatly appreciate it. I'm going to be on for at least another 20 minutes. If you missed out on some of the topics, we talked about The Acolyte. We talked about MaXXXine, the newest movie coming out this week, along with the previous movies before that, Pearl and X. I'm just here on YouTube. So if you're wondering who else I'm talking to, I have two streams going on. I have the typical, usual horizontal stream, if you love that format. And I have this shorts version vertical stream going on. So I'm running the same stream, two formats. So that's why I have two chats going on. Because there's some who prefer the traditional way, and then there's some who love the shorts way, the vertical phone format, I guess I should say. Trying a new grill look, the Pimp Jack Sparrow. That's funny. All right, Gucci's going to pull up the other stream. Awesome. That's where Star-Lord is hanging out right now. Star-Lord loves the traditional horizontal format. Right now, he is waiting for his cup of coffee as he enjoys his evening. Let's take a quick look outside to see if we see any more fireworks activity, which I don't think we're going to see much of. Well, the cloud has definitely gotten more cloudy. You can barely see in the distance some fireworks stuff. It's like a red dot. Not a lot going on over there. So I do apologize that my view this year is pretty butt. Not doing the butt or in the butt.
I'm gonna come.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Yeah!
Star loves the traditional format because he's on an Android tablet and you could see better. Well, that makes sense. Makes sense. It's funny, I was looking at my stats the other day, and I think it's like 20% of people who watch my channel, whether it's long format video or streams, watch it on their television. So I think it's good that I provide two formats because I've heard people say they like the traditional way, and I've heard people say in this stream they like the vertical format. So it's good that I provide an option for all. For all. All right, I think what's going to be fun to do for the rest of the stream is I pulled up this tier list here, this tier ranking, because there are a lot of movies that came out that's very much familiar or take place around July 4th or Independence Day. Or there's at least a portion of that holiday in those movies. So let's take all of those movies and let's rank them. You know, you have your typical S ranking, A ranking, B and C, and also I haven't seen. Now, I don't know if this is all the movies, but at least within this pre-made list that I found on Tier Maker, these are the movies that they've included. So we'll see what happens there. Gucci says, you see a McNugget? Yeah. This is Don Bernice when they did the adult Happy Meals a little while ago. And I only did one because I thought I was curious because I'm like, oh, cool, adult Happy Meal. And they brought back the little McNugget buddies. And this is who I got. I love the cape. I love the hair. I love the little card that we got too, with a little background history on Don Bernice. So yeah, it's my little buddy that I like to have here on the stream. Starlet, I think I have seen one of those movies. X was one I never seen. Pearl. I highly recommend Pearl. If not for anything, for Mia Goth's performance. And her performance in that movie is fantastic. Of that year, one of the best performances I've ever seen. And she should have gotten nominated for that performance. So brilliant. Tiny can only see, yeah. Well, that's I guess that's the beauty of the horizontal stream, right? Where you get to see a little bit more of my background. You get to see like this the nice little picture I have here from Independence Day. You know, so you're kind of limited in the vertical format. But like I said, some people prefer it that way. So, all right, I'm going to switch my screens so that we can get a good look at this tier list here. Okay. Let's see. Let me just see if I can make this a little bigger, slightly bigger. All right, here we go. All right, so I know a lot of these movies mentioned here, but there are some movies I have not seen. So we'll play it by ear here, and we'll go in order as they're listed. All right. And again, the idea of this list is we're ranking, at least in our opinion or my opinion, the best movies with July 4th or Independence Day as part of the theme. All right. First movie is 1776. I'm assuming this is an old classic musical. I've never seen it. Has anyone else here on stream seen this movie? Because I've never seen it. Let me know. All right. Next movie on this list is Apollo 13. Now, this is one of the great Ron Howard movies. Tom Hanks, Kevin Bacon, the late, great Bill Paxton is in this movie. Gary Sinise is also in this movie. I love this movie. I think it's really, really a good movie. I haven't watched it recently, but there was a time I used to watch this movie a lot. And I personally think that maybe at one point I would have given it an A, but I think it's a good solid B, honestly. I think this is a good solid B movie. No, actually, scratch that. I'm giving it an A. I'm going to give it an A. I like this movie. I like this movie a lot, actually. This is one of the first times I saw a space movie really put you in that feeling of how it is to be in space. Like in a more serious tone. I'm not talking about like your Star Wars or anything like that. I'm like real legit space exploration and the tragedy that followed this group here. You know, being like lost there, not knowing where to go, not knowing if you're going to be able to get back to Earth. You know, and I thought, you know, again, this was during around the time where Tom Hanks was doing really well as an actor, as a dramatic actor. You know, this is like around the same time with your Forrest Gumps, your Castaways, all that. So I would put this as an A-tier movie, in my opinion. So I have seen the latest Acolyte. It became X-rated, but it's no Pearl. Hey, you know, they're giving what the fans wanted. They wanted some sexy Star Wars, and we finally got some sexy, sultry Star Wars, right? So, but I actually really liked that episode. There was a lot of good conversation in that episode, a lot of good reveals. All right, next is Tom Cruise's Born on the 4th of July. I thought this is one of your very typical Vietnam types movies. I felt like this came out around a time that they did so many of these movies. Was it Jonathan Demme who directed this? I forget who directed this movie. Let me look it up real quick. Born on the 4th of July movie. Maybe it's De Palma. Who directed this movie? Oliver Stone. So Oliver Stone directed this movie. It also starred, if I remember correctly, Madonna's ex-husband. Who is that? Oh, what's his name? He played Milk. Let's see. Where's the cast here? Come on, give me the cast. Wait, is he not in this movie? Am I thinking of a totally different movie? Or is this even... What the hell? Hold on, let me pull up the Wikipedia. Let's see. Kira Sedgwick, Raymond Barry, Jerry Levine, Frank Whaley, and Willem Dafoe. Oh, you know what? I'm thinking of that movie with Michael J. Fox. I'm thinking another movie altogether. Yeah. So, irregardless, I thought this was an okay movie. So I'm going to give this a B. Not the best, but, you know, it was okay. Now we have Captain America First Avenger. Obviously, this was early on in the MCU. And even though I liked this movie, I always thought it was a little bit weaker than Iron Man. It was a little bit slower and duller, I think, overall. I did enjoy it, but I would probably give this a B today. Back then, I would have totally given it an A. you know. But I think with everything that we've seen so far from the MCU and since, this probably belongs B tier. Sword saying, actually, Disney ain't showing nudity. Who are we kidding? Oh, that's true. I know. But they gave us a little tease and a little, you know, use your own imagination kind of thing. So I'm sure that pleased a lot of the Kylo Ren fans for sure. Next we have Glory. This is the Civil War movie with Denzel Washington and Morgan Freeman. And of course, we have Ferris Bueller himself. I'm going to give this an A. This was a great movie. Won Academy Awards at the time. Great performances all around. Very emotional. Really, really great movie. So I'll give this an A. Next, we have this crappy Adam Sandler movie. What was this movie called? The Hangout or whatever? Anyway, see, I thought it was crappy. Hamilton. Never seen the musical on Broadway, even though there was a time where one of my side hustles, and I'm going to admit this on stream, a lot of my friends know this, I used to win the lottery for Hamilton tickets every year. And what I did is that I resold them on Ticketmaster, a StubHub, for 3-4 times the amount. Let's just say selling Hamilton tickets on the side paid for my trip to Italy, paid to one of my trips to Japan. And for whatever reason, I kept winning the damn lottery for those tickets. So I never saw the musical on Broadway. The first time I saw it was on Disney Plus that year they released it. Mind blown. Love it. S tier. I agree with Gucci on this one. S tier. Great musical. Great musical. Stoller say, well, I'll use my imagination and picture a better show. Oh! Heyo! Next is Hidden Figures. This is the great story of the 3 mathematicians that helped solve some of the issues with one of the Apollo missions or something like that. A fantastic movie, great acting, great performances, well-written story. I'll give this an A. Now, as far as kind of where the ranking is, I will say that I agree with this here. Apollo, Glory, and Hidden Figures. For this, I would put Captain America before Born on the 4th of July. So that's what I'll do there. Tiny Gucci saying this is better to watch on the regular stream. By all means, you have that option. And I'm sure on different phones, it looks different for a lot of people too. So I try my best to kind of make it big, you know. But yes, I do agree. Next, we have all-time classic Independence Day. One of the first movies that really, you know, featured Will Smith as an action star. This also has Harry Connick Jr., one of the best presidents I've seen in movies ever, with this guy right here. You know, you have who's that? Ian Malcolm himself, right? What's his name? I forgot the actor's name. I'm losing my mind. Maybe I'm getting tired, but you know who I'm talking about. At the time, one of the best action sci-fi movies. I told this story before on stream. I'll tell it again. Saw this with a bunch of friends from high school. Opening day, during the climactic ending, movie stopped. Projection has turned the movie off. Lights went on. Found out some guy was having a seizure in the back. Had to wait 30 minutes for the ambulance to get him out. Restarted the movie. Lost all its luster. We left. Saw it again a year later. Loved it again. Finally got to see that feel that climactic ending. I think this belongs S tier. One of the best action sci-fi movies of that time period. Especially when you're comparing it to movies that came out around the same time. You know, The Rock. You have Bad Boys. You have a lot of your Michael Bay movies, right? Dean Devlin, all that stuff. Always an all-time classic, in my opinion. Not so much for Resurgence. If there was a D, I would put this under D, because this movie is bullshit. Crapo. Crapo. You see the Patriot on the list. Yes, the Patriot is here. We'll get to that. Next is Jaws. Jaws, y'all. As we all know, Jaws takes place during July 4th weekend in good old, I believe it was was it Amityville or something like that? Or I forgot the location. Brilliant movie. The first official blockbuster, summer blockbuster in Hollywood. Created that whole trend. Steven Spielberg's one of his greatest movies ever made. A lot of people who saw this movie were afraid to go into the water and swim in the ocean for a very long time. S tier. This is a classic. This is even more of a classic than Hamilton. Honestly, I would put Independence Day before Hamilton. Sorry, Hamilton fans, but I just love that movie so much. So that is purely S tier. Next, we have A League of Their Own. Great movie. Gina Davis, Madonna, Tom Hanks, Rosie O'Donnell. A very young, what's her name? I forgot the actress's name who played Tank Girl, right? I think this is a really good movie, heartfelt movie based on a true life story of what really happened. I will give this an A. And I would put this in front of Hidden Figures. In fact, I would even put this in front of Glory. Call me crazy. That's what I would do. All right. Next, Die Hard, Live Free. Or I should say Live Free or Die Hard. We were getting already to the point where the Die Hard franchise was just on its last legs. Just basically trying its best to stay above water. But I stopped liking the Die Hard movie franchise after the third, right? So I would put this C tier. But I will definitely put this in front of whatever this stupid Adam Sandler movie is. So that's C tier, in my opinion. Next we have, this is Magic Mike. No thanks. Never been a fan of this movie franchise at all. Never. So, but you know what? I will put this at least in front of Adam Sandler's movie and Independence Day in Resurgence. I will do that at least. All right. Next up, The Sandlot. Major classic. Hands down, everyone knows The Sandlot. If you're a big movie fan, or a fan of this period in general, such a quotable movie. Great performances from all the kids. You have a little appearance from Mr. Darth Vader himself. This is definitely S tier. Such a great movie. Fun movie. I would even put this in front of Hamilton on how good it is. I think Tiny Gucci, you said right next to Hamilton. Totally agree. All right. Next is The Music Man. Very classical, old style Hollywood musical. I only remember this movie because my mom used to love watching Hollywood musicals, especially the musicals from this time. I don't remember much of it, but for many people, it is very memorable. So I will say this is a B. I would even put this in front of Born on the 4th of July. Again, not my genre, and not my time. But I recognize when something was very big at the time. And Music Man was definitely one of those big Hollywood musicals at the time. All right, next we get The Patriot. Now, regardless of what you think of Mel Gibson today, this was definitely one of his underrated movies. Very underrated. Very well done. We got a very young Heath Ledger in this movie as well. A lot of people don't remember that. But this was told during the time of like the Civil War or something, during the independence and all that. But this is definitely one of the another classic out there. I won't say it's S tier. I won't give it that. But it's definitely A tier. And I would put this probably right after Apollo 13. Like right around there. You know. To Tiny Gucci, Sandlot should be above Jaws. Well, I understand that. I think your generation speaks more to probably the Sandlot. Whereas for me, Jaws kind of speaks to me because I am definitely a much older. So I definitely would understand that, you know, but it is at least within S tier. I think we could all agree to that, right? Starlord saying Sandlot is forever. Forever. Mel Gibson comes with a fan warning. Well, yeah, for many different reasons. Also, now, correct me if I'm wrong. Did The Patriot come before or after Braveheart? Like, I'm trying to think of the timing. Because I feel like, hold on. Well, you know what? I have something called Google. I can always look it up. So, The Patriot came out in 2000. Braveheart came out in 1995. Got it. Okay. So Braveheart definitely came out beforehand. The only reason why I was wondering about that is because the violence that we saw in The Patriot is very reminiscent to the violence we saw in Braveheart. So not a big surprise there. Just I'm curious. All right, last on this list here is Zero Dark 30. Now, Zero Dark 30 is definitely a very powerful movie. I also feel like it's one of those movies I can only watch once. It's not one of those movies I could rewatch over and over again. But because of how well it was directed and how good the story was, it's A tier for me. I would probably put it above Glory and Hidden Figures. But yeah, that's basically where I would put that. So there you go. Again, I don't know how complete of a list this is as far as Independence Day related movies or July 4th related movies. But according to this tier list, which was made in late 2023, this would be my ranking overall. So if you are to spend the rest of your July 4th evening and you want to watch one of these movies, by all means, use this list to help you out. Or next year, or through the weekend. I think you're in good company if it's any of these movies here. So I'm curious, what do you guys think of my ranking here? Let me know your thoughts and all that. Tiny Gucci, Inside Out 2 opinions. What do you mean? Like what I thought about it? Trigger warning, Mel Gibson was married once. She ranked #1 on the tier just above Amber. Oh! Isn't that kind of unfortunate, though? Amber Heard is so cute. But hey, crazy is crazy. Once you know someone's crazy, that's it. Game over for me. Gucci, yeah, your thought on it. I think Inside Out 2 is a brilliant, brilliant movie. Very emotional, very relatable. I think it's better than the first Inside Out. And one thing I said after I saw that movie was that I think Inside Out and Inside Out 2 should be required watching with families and kids, because it's a great explanation and visual explanation of what goes on in your mind during that time. Because, you know, when you're growing up and when you're going through puberty, especially, and again, I'm older, so I could kind of just look back on things. Things are happening in our minds and in our bodies that we have a hard time explaining or understanding. And the great thing that Inside Out 2 does is that not only does it visualize what's happening, but it also kind of shows you the consequences of ignoring certain things. The most heartfelt moment of it, and again, I don't want to spoil anything, I don't know if Gucci, you've seen the movie already or whatever. I know Star-Lord doesn't mind spoilers, so that's okay. But the minute Riley was having that panic attack in the penalty box, I lost it. I was like crying because I get it. I understand what she's going through. We all went through that. And if you've ever had a panic attack, you know how bad that feels. And the way they visually explained it, just your anxiety going off the charts and out of control and not knowing how to corral all these things. I think it was very, very smart and amazing how they explained all that stuff. And the way you look at it is that, it's not always black and white when it comes to emotions. And that was what the lesson kind of was in the first Inside Out. It's not always joy. It's not always, anger, fear, all that stuff. Now with anxiety, boredom, everything else, these are evolutions of these emotions. And they all coincide with each other. So I just think overall, it's so smart the way they did that. And Tiny, if you're interested, I was able to, I went to this special event before the movie came out where they showed us the first 30 minutes. And Pete Docter, who is the chief creative officer at Pixar, he sat down and spoke about the movie for 30 minutes. And he goes into the psychology of it all. So if you're interested in, I have that recorded and on the channel. So if you ever want to watch that, you could check it out there. They waited for us to grow up to release the second one. I think the timing is perfect. The timing is perfect. When you think of those who loved and watched the first Inside Out to now where it is now, I think the timing was absolutely perfect. And again, what the best thing is about these movies is that they can be relatable to not only kids, but to adults too. So loved it. Loved it. I gave it 4 stars on Letterboxd. Loved it. One of the best movies I've seen during this whole year. That's why I'm not surprised it's doing so well at the box office. It's well deserved overall. So she was awesome when she was, but Amber didn't need to do all that. No, she didn't. Yeah, she was Amber she became very extra. And I don't know if it was desperation, insanity, mental illness, or whatever the case is. It's just, it's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. But if that's really her personality too, I mean, at least we all know now. Gucci, what did you think of the movie? I'm assuming you liked it. Let's see. Oh, I can make that bigger. I should have made this bigger. Sorry, everybody. Yeah, one last look here for that. Find a tier list of the emotions. Ooh, that's a good one. Hold on. Let me look into that. We could do that. We'll do that. Let's see here. Inside Out emotions. She was a MaXXXine on that Pearl X. Okay, we have 2. Wait, actually, we have a lot. Wow, this was a very popular topic. Okay, I don't know which one is better. Let's see. I guess it doesn't. Oh, wow, this guy just went way too much with the tiers. Greatest, cool, good, okay, mid, bad. What? No. Let's see. The lead, extremely active on. Oh, okay, this guy is trying to be way too smart. Here we go. This is a simple one here. All right. S, A, B, C, D. Right? That's all we care about right now. Right? All right. It's funny, now that I think about this, this might be hard. So what are we ranking this on? Are we ranking this off of character, importance of emotion, or impact on the movies? I don't know. How should we go about ranking this? I'm curious. I think she was shitting in a bird box. With a huge ass smile on her face. Being quite malignant. See what I did there? All right. That's all the movies I can name. All right. So we are ranking the emotions of Inside Out 1 and 2. And it's a combination of importance, impact, and character. All right. Oof, this is hard. All right, so let's go with anger first. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. Wait, am I saying that right? Well, you know what I mean. Look, we all get angry. I think the character is funny. He's definitely more of an impact in the first movie. So I would probably put him in the B tier. What does everyone think about that? I mean, you need anger. You know, you need that emotion in you. Character-wise, you know, funny. More, like I said, more of a presence in the first movie. Not so much in the second. I think B tier is all right. Right? Anxiety. Now, the actress who voices Anxiety, I really like a lot. I think Maya Hawke is great. Anxiety is also very tough to deal with as a person. But it is something that we all have to deal with and learn how to deal with it, right? So even though anxiety sucks, I think it is an important part. So I think I would put this as an A. I think for me, this feels more like an A tier type of emotion. It's definitely important, and we all go through with it, right? But at the same time, when we have it, it's the worst thing ever, right? And for a lot of people, it's hard to deal with, right? So I think that's like an A tier. Disgust, this goes, I think, along with envy, which are like the worst emotions to go through, right? When you think of it more like morality or just as a person, like disgust it's important, but at the same time it leads to judgment and all that, and I don't think we should be so judgeful as people, really. So I would put this as C. And because of that, I think envy should go on D, because being envious is terrible. That is just like a bad route to go down. So I think I would put them C and D right there. Curious what you guys think about that. Embarrassment. Me personally, this is an A tier. Embarrassment is important for all of us. You know, it helps us learn things. It also, I think, is a natural way of us, as far as sometimes how we feel, sometimes how we react to things, especially when you're growing up and going through puberty. It's a very important thing that we go through, and it's a very important lesson that it could teach us when it comes with embarrassment. So I really do think it is a very important emotion. Embarrassment is not enough. Call it cringe. Cringe would be somewhere in between disgust and envy, I think. Or maybe disgust and anger. I think that would be cringe. But I think embarrassment is definitely A tier there. Ennui, which in a way is also boredom, right? I think boredom is, again, no one should be bored. This also leads to laziness, so I would put this probably C. Yes, we do go through with it. It's another thing we have to learn to deal with. But for me, this is more like a C ranking. You know, as far as, especially like, I hate being bored. I never want to feel bored, right? And I never want to be lazy, but we all get it. It all hits us, right? Fear, I think, is B. Fear is, again, something that's important. I wouldn't put it A, but I think fear is very important for us. You know, we have to learn how to face a lot of our fears. But at the same time, being afraid of things sucks too. And it happens to all of us. And I feel like fear and anger are very strong emotions that we go through. They're almost kind of like along the opposite sides of the spectrum in a certain way. We hate it when it happens, but it's very important for it to be a part of our personality and in our emotional wheel, right? So I would probably put that in B tier as far as like importance. Joy. Now, what did Pete Docter say when I saw him talk about it? Joy. Without joy, none of this stuff makes sense. And I think at the end of the day, as a human, as a person, as a living being, we all try to strive to be joyful, right? As a society and all that. So I think joy is S tier, in my opinion. So without fear, there would be no bravery, correct? That is correct. Actually, since you put it that way, maybe fear goes into A tier. What do you all think? Because fear communicates very closely with embarrassment, right? So when you think of it that way, they're both very important, and in a way, they kind of play hand in hand. In the movie, fear felt more closely relatable to envy. I don't know. I think maybe fear could be A tier or maybe just before anger. Nostalgia, when you get to my age, is very important. So that's S ranking for me. Because we love to reminisce on things in the past to remind us as to how we got to where we are now. And nostalgia is very important. Sometimes a lot of us rely too much on nostalgia, but I still think it's a very important emotion to have. I also love how they kind of be like, oh, nostalgia, you're not due for at least another 20 years, several graduations, blah, 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 this and that. I thought that was like really funny. Last, we have sadness. And I think sadness is also a very important emotion to have. As we've learned in life and also in the movies, nostalgia and joy go hand in hand. So I think that is also an S tier. I don't know. What do you guys think? This looks reasonable to me. Again, it's very subjective. You know, you might think of it differently. Depending on how old you are, you may think of it very differently too. But the way I look at it, as a much older person, this is how I would rank the emotions here. Kevin Davis, Pixar Inside Out 2 is the frontrunner to win Best Animated Feature at the Oscars. Only other film could be considered is Moana 2 if Inside Out 2 doesn't win. Also, it also depends if Moana 2 is actually good. I think that's yet to be seen, but I think Inside Out 2, as of right now, does have a strong chance to win Oscar for Best Animated Feature Film next year. Tiny Gucci, I would do the Pokemon, but I don't know them. So for me personally, it just won't be interesting or fun because I won't know all the Pokemon. I don't have the insights on all of them. So yeah, so let me know your thoughts on this. A great suggestion on this emotional Inside Out emotions tier ranking. Kevin Davis, what do you think of this? Would you agree with this type of tier ranking for the emotions? Let me know. And again, at the end of the day, it's all very subjective. All very subjective. You forgot sexually aroused. I think that's what Riley experiences when she goes to college. So we haven't seen that movie yet. So we'll get to that emotion once we get Inside Out 3. So there you go. So that is the tier ranking for the emotions. You agree with all but the gray one. With nostalgia, Yeah, but from what I know, I don't know, you haven't told me your age. You're young. So I think for you, this would probably go like maybe more C or D, right? I think when you get to my age, that would easily be S for you. But like I said, it all depends on our age ranges, all of our experiences, you know. So I get it. Gucci's 12. All right. Well, there you go. See, that explains a lot. Also, I apologize for all the cursing and sexual references on this stream. Viewer discretion is advised. So yeah, so there you go. What time is it? Oh, it's 11:19. Holy cow! I think I should call it in about. I'll say like in about 5 minutes. I've been streaming now for over 4 hours. Unbelievable. Tiny Gucci, it's okay. My family's worse. Well, all right. Well, that's good to know. That's good to know. So yeah, so I'm here for like another 5 minutes. So anything you want to talk about last before I head on out? Again, if you're watching live, don't forget, hit that like button. I would greatly appreciate it. I will be back streaming live again tomorrow noon Eastern time, talking about my thoughts on Beverly Hills Cop, Axel F with a big F, and I'll be doing my report card for the movies of June and my ranking of the movies for the first half of the year. So if you're interested in going over that stuff with me, then by all means, I hope to see you again tomorrow. What is on everyone's agenda for the rest of the evening as we approach the midnight hour? Midnight hour. I want more, more, more. Quick question. Who was the idiot that was banned? Oh, earlier? It's some guy who just showed up and decided to say the N-word a couple of times. They thought they were being funny. On the vertical stream. It's only, at least today was only one person. Not like that one time, where I had to ban what I think was like 6 or 7 people. Gucci's going to be sleeping or watching streams. Awesome. Gucci, are you off? Oh, you're off from school, I assume, right? So any big plans for the summer? That's one thing as an adult you kind of miss. We don't get summer breaks like that unless you're a teacher. So I always love to hear what the big summer plans are for people. Games. Like video games? Started, you came in late too, but here's a funny, I actually took notes from the last episode of The Acolyte, and I was going through the notes. I think that's something I'll be doing for the rest of the 2 episodes that are coming up. So I can remember what I like to talk about or I want to talk about. I'll probably be doing this for House of the Dragon too, especially for that, because there's so much stuff that happens that I'm just like, blah, 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 you know? Tiny G is a very active person. Good to know. Starlight, this is like Omega when sometimes you get idiot. That or at least from what I've heard of people who stream on Kick. Yeah. Hey, it happens, it happens. They are the acolytes of dumbasses. I know. Yeah, well, you know. It is what it is. I mean, when you stream in such a public forum, you just have to expect you're going to get a lot of different people. I'm lucky that for the most part, I've gotten nothing but cool people. You know, and all different age ranges. Tiny G, it's awesome that you enjoy watching this stream. You know, I'm glad that we could still have a certain conversation, no matter what. You know, Starlord and I are older folks, so of course we talk about different things, but at the same time we share passions alike. So I'm going to call you Tiny G from now on. I kind of like how that sounds. So Tiny G, I'm in Cheer Flag, my school musical, a different musical, baseball, and I sing for my church. Awesome. You are involved in a lot of stuff, so I'm assuming your summer is going to be very busy with that stuff. Star says you got my back. I totally appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of you guys as we celebrate our Independence Day. All right. Tiny G says they see your message there, Starlord, on his Switch. How does the YouTube app work on Switch? I've never tried it on mine. Is it pretty decent? Starlet, are you done with the room moving, or you still have more to do? Same as on TV. Okay, that's cool. Are you excited for any upcoming Switch games? What did you think of the last Nintendo Direct there, Tiny G? If you've seen it. I don't know if you had a chance to see it. Like, any games you're looking forward to? Pokemon Za? I mean, that makes sense. You're a big Pokemon fan, so that's awesome. New room has new furniture for you to try out. Cool. Well, I hope, you know, again, adjustments are adjustments, right? Change is always hard. So I hope that you could find yourself adjusting well to the new room. I'll be going through a very similar situation in the next month and a half or 2 months as I change locations, even though it's literally next door, but there's still a lot of stuff I have to do. So it's going to be interesting. How are you on another format? What do you mean? What do you mean? What would you do for a Klondike bar? Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. If you ever have time, this is my reminder. And for everyone else here, drink some water. I have my bubbly sparkling water, which should count. I could try Pokemon Violet on stream. So here's a question. As someone who hasn't played a Pokemon game since the OG, would it be hard for me to get into it? I'm just curious. Oh no, I think what Tiny G was saying is that Tiny G is checking out this stream on the horizontal format and they can see your chat in there. So I don't think they were looking for you specifically. Not with you to guide me? Oh, that's nice of you. All right, well, we'll see. We'll see if I have a chance to do that. I've been wanting to play more games on stream. I just need to find which day would be best for that. I don't know if I'll be able to do it within the next month or two, because like I said, I have a lot of stuff to do. But we'll see. We'll see. Let me do one quick check on my phone, make sure the world around me isn't burning down. I've got a lot of notifications about people being injured in Queens. I don't know if I want to see all that stuff, but I guess I'll check out afterwards. Pokemon is a great start because of wide audience. That's true. I've been told that. I've also people have told me also that I should probably try playing what is that? Baldur's Gate 3 too. Not part 2, but Baldur's Gate 3. We'll see. Again, we'll see if when I can have the time to do all that stuff. I'll keep that in mind for sure. That song made you laugh? Which song? What would you do for a Klondike bar? What would you do for a Klondike bar? Sometimes when I hear things or when I say things and it kind of like brings up this quick memory in my head, I just can't help but, I just can't help myself. So, by the way, look at this awesome sticker a friend of mine made. Starlord, you would appreciate this as a Beetlejuice fan. Look at that. Isn't that cool? My friend has a sticker shop on Etsy. I forgot the name as of right now. I will try to find it and a link, and I will tell you guys about it if you're interested in getting these type of stickers. She also does mugs and cups, so I think she does amazing work. And you can't see it here that clearly, but my mic has a bunch of her stickers around it, so really cool stuff. Another good game is Kirby. I love Kirby. And I've been meaning to play a lot of the recent Kirby games, so maybe that's a good one too, for sure. Love Kirby. The last Kirby game I played was, oh boy, I think was on the Wii. Is it Kirby Splash? Is that the name of the game? Let me see. I forgot the name of the last Kirby game. Yeah, I forgot. It's been a while, but I would love to play any of the new Kirby games. For sure. Oh, it's 11:30. Oops. All right. I think it's time for me to go. I got some things to do for my evening, and I'll be streaming tomorrow afternoon anyway. So I think it's what we lived through back in the day. We are Gen X. We are Gen X. I love remembering a lot of the old commercials, especially the old commercials growing up. And it's weird too, because I feel like with commercials today, not a lot of people have cable, so we don't really get to see a lot of these commercials anymore. So they were such a main part of our TV viewing growing up, especially watching the cartoons back then. You can't help but remember a lot of these commercials. Like Crossfire. That's still a commercial that runs through my head all the time. Crossfire! Crossfire! Also, if you have a Nintendo account. Oh, that is true. Yes, I could definitely do that too. Yeah. Again, we'll see. There's a lot of possibilities I could do with streams in the future. So hopefully I could figure out a good time to do all those things. But right now, I think the good time is for me to call it a night. It's been fun. This is probably the longest I've streamed in a while, but it is July 4th holiday. And I think now is a good time for me to bid you all adieu. But before I go, I want to thank everyone who joined in. Tiny G, appreciate you. Thank you so much for hopping in and out throughout the evening. Star-Lord, always a pleasure. I'm glad I got to finally have a chance to see you back and chat with you after a while. Kevin Davis, always appreciate you coming in with your stats and your predictions. Ficon had a wonderful Star Wars conversation earlier about the Acolyte. So glad that you stopped by. Frederick Lake, thank you for reminding us to drink water when it's time to hydrate and all. We also have Conbros and Colonels from LA. Great conversation with him earlier in the stream. Really appreciate it. I'm trying to think if I'm missing anyone. Hopefully I'm not, but if I did, that's not because I don't care. It's because I just can't remember. Because that's what happens when you get old. You forget. And your brain goes away little by little. But let's not talk about that today. Let's talk about July 4th. Have a wonderful evening. Wonderful day. Rest of your day. I will catch you all tomorrow, 12 noon Eastern Time. Until then, stay cool. Stay classy. Stay safe. God bless America. God bless all of you. Catch you all tomorrow. Peace out. Bye-bye.